Yes, Mr. Malloy.
The court, please, my lord. Appearances for the state are still the same.
Okay. You're still under oath.
Khaya. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi usesingaphansi kwesifungo sokukhuluma iqiniso ngisho.
Yebo.
Witness remanded, my lord.
Thanks.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, may I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Ngcatshe.
Yabingelela.
Good morning.
My surname briefly is Ramosepele, and I represent accused number 1 and 2, that is the two gentlemen this side.
Advocate lapha Ramosepele. Kanti-ke yena uzokhulumela umangalelo wokuqala nowesibili. Umangalelo wokuqala yilo wesibili.
Now, if I may begin my cross-examination with this, what is your height, Mr. Ngcatshe?
Ubude bakho ngasho height.
So abuma 1.8 to 1.8.
Around 1.8 meters. 1.8 to 1.9 meters.
And what is your vision like?
Vision.
Vision, yes.
Amehlo akho assessment esenjani?
Right, wona mara ngidinga classes.
Well, my eyes are fine. I do need the eyeglasses though.
And now you stated also that your house being 13510 Butlano Street and the Khumalo household being 13511 are divided by a precast wall, correct?
Usho kanjalo dilemize emibili ihlukaniswe ilokho njani ke stop nonsense njengokusho.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Now, you also testified about you having a view or a line of vision into the Khumalo household kitchen, one of the kitchen windows, correct?
Ushilo ke uthi ukwazi ukubona ikitchen lase lokhonjaneni ka Khumalo ifastela la khona lase kitchen. That is correct.
And in your rough estimation, what is the distance between your bedroom that you were in and that small window in the Khumalo household kitchen?
Umubheka ke mhlambisa mhlambe ngaba i-distance engakanani ukufika kule bedroom efasteleni le bedroom yakho kuya kule location.
Kusuka la kuya lapha kulela lapha.
Kusuka la ukufika kuphi?
It's about maybe 100 meters. Kusuka la kuya le.
100 meters. You have never been an athlete, obviously. Have you seen Usain Bolt running 100 meters?
Yes.
No, not 100, maybe 50.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe
50. I'm not sure.
50.
The witness has indicated the distance, my lord, to say from the witness box up to the wall.
Yeah.
The distance can be paced, my lord, to be specific.
Maybe from exactly Lankona to Advocate Lapaya.
So perhaps the proximity could be from where I am right now, exactly where I am, to where Advocate Mshololo is.
I can stand up, my lord, and can the distance be paced?
Yeah, it's about 30 meters. Do it.
No, the police will pace the distance.
Yeah, pace it. So,
7, my lord. Thank you.
7.
Yes. More or less.
Estimatedly, it's 7.
7 meters.
Okay.
And Mr. Ngcatshe, please can I ask you to speak up because the accused they can't hear you speaking.
Ngicela ukhulumele phezulu abamangalelwa bakwazi ukuzwa ne?
Okay.
Understood?
Now, you've testified that as you are watching from your vantage point, looking into the Khumalo household through that small window in the kitchen, you saw a person standing with his back against the window facing into the house, correct?
Ilokho kushila ngisho ukuthi wena mubheka ngefastela wase ubheka ngale kwaKhumalo ubheka kule fastela elincane le kitchen wase ubona umuntu emekhona lapha kulelo fastela ekuflathela nje.
Yebo.
That is correct?
Now, the reason why I started my cross-examination with your height and your vision is the following.
Nasi sizathu ke senza ukuthi mhlambe ngibuze ukuthi ke ubona kanjani okanye ke amehlo akho assessment esinjani futhi nobude bakho nasi ke sizathu.
Zandile Khumalo testified on this aspect of you being able to see into the house, the kitchen, as follows.
Manje usho kanjalo ke uZandile uthi umuntu bengakwazi ukuthi abone khona lapha ne kitchen wase udweba lesi sithombe.
Firstly, that there is a cupboard partially blocking off that window so that only a small portion, and she used her hands like this, only a small portion like this is left so that you can have a view into the kitchen. What's your comment on that?
Uthi kwakhona ke i-carpet eyayi ngathi iblokile khona lapha yana kulelo fastela le kitchen uthi umuntu ngabe ke ufuna ukubheka ngaphakathi e-kitchen kuyosala nje ilokho njani encane indawana encane futhi usebenzisile ke izandla zakhe khona la enkantolo ukusibonisa. Uthini ngalokho wena?
Ngiyavuma ukuthi ispace vele sincane, like umnyango mawuvuliwe it's not easy ukuthi ungabona kahle kule space esikhona.
Umnyango mawuvuliwe
ngoba uvulekela kanje block that window.
Now when I agree that the space was small, and further that when the door is open, the view is obstructed by the door that has been opened, given the fact that even that space is small that we are referring to.
And then furthermore, she stated that there's also a curtain on that window, making it partially difficult to see into the kitchen.
Uthi futhi khona ke ne-curtain ekhona khona lapho eyenza ke ukuthi kube nzinyana ukuthi umuntu angakwazi ukuthi abone ngaphakathi kwe-kitchen ekhona lapho efasteleni.
Ngiyavuma.
I agree.
And furthermore, she stated that the precast wall between the two houses also would have made it difficult for you to see into their kitchen from your vantage point.
Manje usuka la wena ke ububheke umuzi wakaKhumalo khona yabona leso stop nonsense senze ukuthi okanye senza ukuthi kube nzima okanye kungabe lula ukuthi wena ukwazi ukubona ngale ngakwa Khumalo.
Ngiyala ke lapho because from ekamereni lami bangibheke kanje, yes ikhona i-stop nonsense high kanje, but i-window I'm still able ukubona.
Lephi window?
Leli engikhuluma ngale
okay. Now there I would like to disagree. From where I would be standing, that is from the a bedroom window, in as much as the precast wall would be higher in terms of the height, I could still see the kitchen window of the Khumalo's house.
Maybe perhaps that's to finish up on this point. Have you previously ever entered the Khumalo household?
Esikhathini esidlule mhlambe uke wangena khona lapha kwaKhumalo?
Yebo ngiyangena.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's briefly talk about the man that you said you saw him having jumped into your yard.
Ake sikhulume ngalomlisa othi uye wambona egcumela ngale ngaselokhonjaneni ejardini la kini ne?
Just for clarification purposes, did you actually see the man jumping into your yard, or you found him already having jumped into your yard?
Uke wambona egcumela ngasejardini okanye umthole ese ngasejardini la kini?
Should like simthole sekasejaridini kahle aqeda ukungena just like split moment nje but yena bese kaphakathi.
He just got into the yard. In actual fact, he was in the yard, but it was just within a split of a second that he was inside of the yard. So we found him inside of the yard.
And in your interaction with that particular man, did you ask him his name?
Uma ke ukhulumisana naye lo mlisa uke wambuza igama lakhe? Uye wambuza igama?
Hayi amkhumbuli ngembuza igama.
I don't remember asking him his name.
And what is the time lapse from the moment you interact with him until he then jumps back into the Khumalo yard?
Manje ke kube isikhathi esingakanani ukusuka ngalesikhathi ke ukhulumisana lapha naye esejardini lakini ukufika ke ngalesi sikhathi ephinde futhi egcumela ngaka Khumalo kwa ukuthatha isikhathi esingakanani lapha?
Mhlambe nje not more than a minute.
It would not be more than a minute.
Now let's move on to another aspect of your testimony, which is you, together with other community members, go to canvass a park, then you return without having found anything, correct?
Ake siphindele kuleyo ngxenye ubufakazi bakho. Wena ke namalungu omphakathi nahamba naye lapha neparkini. Nathi malifika eparkini azange ngenithole lutho nase niyabuya futhi. Okanye azange ngithole umuntu nase niyabuya futhi akunjalo?
Kunjalo sesabagijimisa and we chased down the street, then masifika lapha asiboni sangisiboni.
It is indeed so. We chased after them to the point of the park, and when we got to the park we couldn't see any person there.
And that upon your return from the park, you head straight to the Khumalo household, correct?
Masen kamga khona ke eparkini nase niyakhona lapha na eba kwalokunjanini kwa Khumalo. That is correct.
And your testimony further is that you then, as you enter the Khumalo yard through the kitchen door towards the passage, you then find the deceased lying down, correct?
Usho kanjalo ukuthi masungena ke ngomnyango wekitchen waka Khumalo uthi uya ngale passage wasuthola umufi khona lapho phansi.
Yebo.
That is correct.
And if I understood you correctly, you testified that you tried to make him sit up, the deceased, correct?
Uma ngikuzwisise kahle benzama benzama ukuthi nimhlalise.
That's true.
That is true. I earlier on just wanted to ascertain, when you refer to you, is it you in the singular or you in the plural?
It's you and the community members.
Okay, nina zama ke ukumsukumisa.
Sesazama ukumsukumisa.
That is correct.
Now, when you find him lying in that state, was he conscious? Was he breathing? What was his state?
Manzama ke ukumhlalisa ngaleyo ndlela ubenjani ubephapheme okanye ubeculekile?
Bengathi uculekile.
He was like somebody that was unconscious. He appeared to us that he was unconscious.
And furthermore, that you then assisted together with other people to load the deceased into the X6, correct?
Nase-ke nabanye abantu namthatha-ke namcubula lo mufi nayo mfaka kule moto i-X6.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And then the deceased was taken to hospital, correct?
Umufi wathathwa wayiswa esibhedlela. That is correct.
And at some stage thereafter, after a discussion between yourselves and other community members, you personally then called the police, correct?
Emva kwalokho ke nifikile lapha namalunga omphakathi wena uqobo lwakho wase ufonela amaphoyisa kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
There's khona la ngakhumbula khona kahle ukuthi makwenzakala yonke lento ngoba iyenzakala ngespeed yabo. So angikhumbula ukuthi ngibafonele immediately masifike eJardini or mase simfake emotweni. Lapho ngisakhumbula kahle. But I remember that ngingamfonela.
Yes.
Masicela ukuthi sifone ngamfonela. Ngafonela amaphoyisa.
Yes. I would say that yes, I did phone call the police. I was asked to phone call the police. However, it's a bit sketchy. Whether did I phone call the police immediately when we got into the yard, or at what stage did I really phone call the police? Or whether I phone called the police after we loaded him into the vehicle. I am uncertain about that.
Let me just get back to this point. Sorry for that. When you tried to make the decision to sit up, you lift him up. Was there blood on the floor where you found him lying down?
Manzama ke ukumhlalisa lo mufi. La ebe lele khona. Kwakhona mhlambe igazi lapho phansi. Ngoba nimphakamisa nje. I cannot remember.
Because when you like yabona for mina personally bengiqala ukubona umuntu odutshuliwe.
Now another thing is that personally it was my first experience witnessing a person that has been shot at.
And okunye futhi to witness ukuthi is not just any person, umuntu obekuyi hero yami.
And further that it wasn't just an ordinary person. This was my hero or my role model. Usho kanjalo ke ukuthi lo mlisa or yena lo muntu lona bengeyena nje umuntu kuphela nje. Kwakuumuntu engangibukela kuye njengomzekelo okanye iqhawe lami.
So ezinye izinto when nami bengisesemncane nyana but mangibone ngikhumbula lokho engikhumbulayo azange ngisakhona ukubheka okunye nokunye.
Now I was still young then, or younger than I am right now. Certain things I cannot remember them clearly. You know, there are certain things that I can still remember, but others I can't remember them clearly.
And just to polish up on that, as you try to lift him up, you say he seemed unconscious. Am I right?
Usho kanjalo ke uthi manzama ukumphakamisa ubukeka njengomuntu oqulekile. Ilokho kusho.
Yebo.
That is correct.
And therefore, would I be correct that he was non-responsive?
Ngizobe ngiqinisile ke mangethi mhlawumbe bengeyena ke umuntu obonakala njengomuntu okwazi ukuthi aphendule mhlawumbe kanti ahambise umzimba uma ngabe khona uthize mhlawumbe kwenzakalayo kuye.
Bekangakwazi ukuphendula ngokukhuluma ne or bekangakhona ukuphendula but bowukuza ukuthi like ubreather heavy, breather like yabona ukuthi you can see ukuthi is in a bad condition.
Well, verbally he could not respond, yes, but further that he also could not breathe with ease. One could see that he was breathing difficultly.
And now finally, do you know that whether or not at any stage an ambulance was called for the deceased to come and attend him?
Ngabe uyazini ukuthi mhlambe i-ambulance yafonelwa noma cha ukuthi ize lapha na kumufi?
Angikhumbuli.
No,
I don't know.
I've got no knowledge of that. I don't remember.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Yes. So, Rooney? Is it?
Thank you, Mr. Ngcatshe.
Sabonga Baba Ngcatshe. Responded.
Now, upon your arrival from the park when you got into the room, I mean, when you got into the house, are you able to remember who was in the house, like person that you knew?
Manje uma ngiqhamuke ephakeni ngifika lapha endlini sengisho Khumalo ningena endlini okanye wena ungena endlini ngabe khona yini umuntu othi mawungena endlini wambona ukuthi lona ngathi ngiyamazi?
So masingena nama neighbors they were khona umuntu uyiwana ngambona but bengamazi.
Now myself and the neighbors, when we got into the house, there's somebody that I saw wambona endlini. Uthi khona umuntu wambona?
Shuthi besinodisana naye masi si lift up Senzo.
Mawungena endlini wambona lo muntu lo. Now there's a person that I saw, and the witness is not confining his answer into whether I was in the house or not. There's a person that I saw, and this was the person that also assisted us at the time that we were lifting the deceased up to help him sit upright.
And then nomunye futhi bebayi-2 abangathi they were also helping.
Now there were 2 of such people that were also helping.
Omunye bekahamba ngama-crutch.
There was another one that was working with the crutches.
And then omunye ulo bekajumpile endlini.
And the other one is this one that had jumped into our premises.
So besides neighbors that we esifike nabo yibo abayi-2 lawo abanye ngathi ngababona ngabo.
Okay.
Masinodisana.
Save for the neighbors that we came with, these are the 2 that I would say that I had seen there at that scene of the incident.
Thank you, Mr. Ngcatshe.
Sebonga Ngcatshe.
Now, when you took him from the spot where he was lying, did you take him out of the kitchen door into the motor vehicle from the spot where you found him?
Shuthi ke ukusuka laphana la nimthole khona navele namthatha namsusa khona lapho la nimthole khona namisa emotweni.
Yebo kunjani.
It is indeed so.
The reason why I'm maybe concerned about this is because the court has heard the testimony of Zandile Khumalo.
Yabona into yenza ukuthi ngithi ukukhathazeka ngalokho ukuthi inkantolo eke yabuza imibuzo lana ku Zandile Khumalo.
The court heard the testimony of Zandile Khumalo.
Inkantolo yezwa ubufakazi buka Zandile Khumalo.
And amongst others, she told the court that after Senzo got injured, he went on to hide himself in the sitting room near some sofas there, but it was in the sitting room.
Kwakunye ke akhuluma lana wathi emva ukuthi uSenzo lona ke adubuleke wase uya hamba uyoyifihla.
And that is
phakathi kwamasofa nje lapha yana.
And that is where she was taken from, when she was taken into the vehicle.
That is where he was taken.
Yes.
Wathathwa ke ukusuka khona lapho ke waswa emotweni.
As you could please,
Yeah,
that is correct. Well, she did say he went to kneel between the couch and the room divider. But thereafter she went to look for help. So when the deceased was carried, she was at Mapiri.
Yes, it is a court matter. That is correct. That's correct. I withdraw the question. Yes.
So you were wrong.
No, I was not wrong, madam.
How can you both be
To
right?
say wrong is a very strong statement, madam. We make mistakes.
There's no difference
We make
between it is not correct, it is wrong. What is the difference?
No, what I'm saying, my
It's
lord,
just semantics. It's just
the court
semantics.
says- I'm sorry, my lord, if the court says I'm wrong, that's a very strong statement.
It's what?
It was my interpretation. Interpretation can never be wrong. It's just an assessment of how I heard the evidence.
You
But
are
it's
wrong.
not-
You can't right a wrong. You are wrong.
It was a misinterpretation. I'd rather use the term, but I prefer to use misinterpretation.
And misinterpretation is wrong.
It was faulty.
Why do you want to run away from a fact which is a sobalanji?
Okay, no.
It's a misstatement. It's an incorrect. Churchill calls it a terminological inexactitude. It's wrong. Okay, you heard me.
Terminological exactitude.
That's it. That's what Churchill calls a wrong thing.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You saying at the point at which you took him from the Morabe, I'm withdrawing the supposition or the proposition that he was taken from the sitting room into the Morabe High Camp. Yes.
Manje ke ngithanda ke ukuthi nami ngithi mangibuka izinto bese ngibona okanye ngithola leso sithombe sokuthi wathathwa wasuswa khona lapha futhi waya elokhunjaneni. He was removed from the kitchen to the dining room. Can you repeat that, please?
I am saying I am withdrawing the supposition that he was taken from the sitting room near the coaches to the Morabe High Camp.
Uthi ke uyabona ke lo mbono abe ubeke kuwe uthi hayi ke sengiyawusula ke ukuthi wathathwa wasuswa khona lapha la ebeyifihle khona ngase sitting room waseke uyathathwa uyiswa lokho uthi ngiyakhoqisa yazwakala.
Okay,
understood. Thank
now,
you.
If you so remember, were one of the Khumalos part of those who lifted him to the Morabe High Camp, as we were lifting him from the place where you found him?
Uma ukhumbula kahle ngabe khona umunye wakaKhumalo kwakuyingxenye yalabo bantu abebemcubula bamsemotweni bayomfaka emotweni. Kukhona nje omnye wakaKhumalo lapho oye walekelela ufaka isandla ekuthena thathwe aswe lapha emotweni. Umukhumbula?
Angikhumbuli yabo.
No,
I'm not sure angikhumbuli.
I don't remember. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Okay, Mr. Ngumalo, any questions?
Mate, this is the court. My lord, I have no cross-examination to the witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mshalala.
Thank you, Mr. Ngcatshe. Do you know what is the height of the wall between the two houses, your house and that one of the Khumalo?
Uyayazi height yalelo bonda ke elihlukanisa lemizi emibili mhlambe ungahlamisela ukuthi
ngambonisa umzekelo ukuthi lifika phi la kimi.
I can demonstrate by myself as to how far the height would be relative to my height.
Okay, you can tell us.
Ungasibonisa ke. Okay. But the witness is now demonstrating that it could be on a chin level of his height. Now, as I am standing like that, with that demonstration of both arms then lifted, I'm able to lift this up and see into the yard of the Khumalos.
Okay. And then, having said that there is a curtain at Khumalo's kitchen, then how were you able to see a person inside the house?
Manje kune curtain ngaleke kule fastela ka Khumalo. Ukwazile yini ukubona umuntu ongaphakathi endlini kalokho njani ka Khumalo kulo lelo fastela?
Yebo ngikwazile ngoba i-curtain yebo ikhona ngibonile i-curtain and manje ukhumbule bese ku dark yabo. The time it was dark and they had the light on in the kitchen. So angikhona ngibona okuningi. I didn't see.
Now I concede to the fact that there is a curtain in there. However, given the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, I could still see through into the kitchen of the Khumalos. It was late in the day, or towards the night, or in the evening, and that the fact that the kitchen was lit, that was the reason why I could then be able to see through that very window into the kitchen of the Khumalos.
Did you say it was lit inside the kitchen?
Uthi bekulitiwe ngaphakathi.
Bekulayitiwe nje kitchen, yeah, bekulayitiwe
Ngaphakathi ekitchen.
ngaphakathi, because ngikhumbula ukuthi ngasikhathi ngibona lo muntu ogcoka iskipa esimhlophe. Iskipa esimhlophe naso, yes, it was after i-curtain, but ngoba kukhanya naso besibona, bengikhona ukubona ukuthi okay, khona umuntu ogcoka iskipa esimhlophe ubhekele.
Yes, I had meant that it was indeed lit in the kitchen. It was lit. It was lit in the kitchen. The other thing that I remember is the fact that when I saw that person that was inside of the kitchen, through that kitchen window, given the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, the reflection was rather visible for me. Because of the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, and it is for that reason that I could see that that person was wearing a white t-shirt.
In other words, the curtain was not thick, you could able to see through the curtain.
That is correct. Yeah. That is correct.
Okay. Zandile Khumalo said there is no way you could have been able to see through the curtain inside the house. What do you see? What do you say?
Zandile Khumalo yena uthi ayikho indlela ukuthi ubungabona ngaphakathi kwekitchen ngaleyo curtain ibilapha ngenxa yale curtain ibilapha.
I can't speak for her, and that, wakumbono lo.
Angwazi ukuthi ngamkhulumela. That would be her own version.
But are you saying you were able to see?
Uthi wena ukwazile ukubona.
Ngikwazile ukubona.
Yes, I was able to see.
And then you further said you went down to the park, and after you came back from the park, you still found the deceased still kept inside the house. Is that correct?
Uthi ke nahamba naye eparkini, mase nibuye eparkini, namthola umufi esasengaphakathi endlini.
Yebo.
At that
Yes.
time, he had not received any medical attention by the time you left your house down to the park and back to the park. He was just sitting inside the house.
Shuthi ke nahamba namshiya endlini naye eparkini akakatholi unyango okanye medical attention. Nabuye eparkini nabuyela endlini akakatholi uncedo lokho njalo lo nyanga.
Masuka laphana ekhaya, bengisekhaya mina ngaphuma ngegate sayehla ke ne-community.
Now, I was at home initially and then exited the premises of my home. Myself together with the community, we then went down the street.
Saya enzansi, sijaha, masijaha, masifika ke sathola ukuthi asibone umuntu.
And then we were chasing, or we were in a hurry. And then when we got to the park, we realized that there's nobody there and we couldn't see any person there.
Yeah, I agree with that. My question is, you went down and came back only to find that there was no ambulance in this premises called to attend to the deceased.
Engusho ilokho ngivumelana nawe ukuthi engushoyo engizela ku ukuthi nahamba naye eparkini naze nabuya eparkini kunguthi sonke lesikhathi nihambile nize nibuye futhi azange bene ambulance eke yafika lapha nizosiza uSenzo. Kunjalo?
Yeah, kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
Thank you. And also I just want to confirm one more thing that, okay, where was the Khumalos, especially Kelly Khumalo and the mother, inside the house when you arrived from the park?
Mase niphume eparkini ningena endlini kaKhumalo. uKelly Khumalo nomama umama Khumalo bebe kuphi phakathi endlini lapha.
Into engikhumbula ngembona umama ka Kelly.
The person I recall seeing, it was Kelly's mother.
But abanye azange ngibabone, angikhumbuli ngibabone.
The others, I didn't see them. I did not recall seeing them.
Okay. The decision that was taken for you to take the deceased to the hospital, were you asked by the Khumalo family members or you were asked by the neighbors?
Leso sinqumo mina sithatha ukuthi kuthathwe lona ke umufi afakwe emotweni ahanjiswa esibhedlela. Nacelwa yini abaka Khumalo mhlawumbe okanye nina navele nanquma nje ukuthi akathathwe lo muntu afake emotweni ayiswe esibhedlela?
Angikhumbuli kahle ukuthi inkulumo zambe kanjani after ngibone leya scene, but into engikhumbulayo ukuthi sesa decide ukuthi uSenzo sizomthatha simfake emotweni ayisibhedlela.
I cannot recall clearly how the communication went about. What I remember is that we decided that we will take Senzo and put him into the vehicle so that he's transported to the hospital.
One last question. When you said when you removed the deceased, he was already non-responsive.
Usho kanjalo ukuthi mase nimsusa laphayana ubengasanyakazi okanye akhulume.
Bekangakhulumi, like verbally non-responsive, but umzimba nakhona non-responsive, mara maumsondela ebusweni yambona ukuthi usaphefumula.
Okay. Yes, indeed he was non-responsive in terms of the body. Physically he was not responsive, and as well as verbally he couldn't respond. But when one neared the face or close to the mouth, one could hear that there was some difficult breathing there.
Okay. By the time you arrived, you said you remember only that there was Khumalo's mother who was inside the lounge. As he was sitting in that critical condition, is there any Khumalo family member who was helping him, or he was left there to die by himself?
You can't say that. Left there to die.
Or he was left?
This lady, Zandile, said I went to Mapiri. Please.
Can I rephrase that question?
No, let's not adulterate the evidence by stating non-essentials which were never ever testified to. She said she panicked, she froze, she came out, she went to Mapiri, she was spending with Ntabise, she couldn't even dial 10-111, and now you're telling us she was left there to die.
Manuel, can I rephrase my question?
Yes.
Is there any person who was assisting or who was with the deceased at the time when you found him, or he was left there by his own?
Manimthola laphayana ngabe kukhona yini umuntu obezama ukumlekelela okanye ube lapho nje eyedwa lapho?
Yeah, masivela ngepassage bekangekho umuntu engimbonile mina.
Thank you.
When we appeared by the passage, there isn't any person that I had witnessed there.
Thank you, Manuel. No further questions.
Thank you. How old were you at that time, sir?
Ubuna ngaki ngaleso
When the
sikhathi?
incident played out?
Ma kwenzakala lesigameko?
26 years.
I was 26 years
So
old,
you
my
were
lord.
fairly grown up.
Ubukhulile? Yes, my
Were
lord.
you shocked?
Ubuthukile?
Shocked, traumatized.
Yeah. You didn't even know what you had to do. Am I correct?
No.
Yes. That's how normal human beings react to an exigency which is traumatic, unexpected, sudden.
Ingendlela ke abantu abenza ngakhona uma bethuke kakhulu. Kwenzakala isigameko abebengasilindelanga ukuthi senzeke. I agree, my lord.
And you're not a trained CPSR. Abantu abenza indlela.
Shaseda my lord.
Just translate for me.
Yebo. Wena ke awusiyena umuntu first aid kanjalo. Yes, I am not.
A trained medical attendant, like a nurse, for instance, when a lady is giving birth, I'll make a different example, and she's on labor, a trained nurse will probably know what to do. Me, I'll just hold my hand, my head, and but I know some policemen do assist women to give birth.
Umuntu oqeqeshiwe uyakwazi ukuthi uzokwenza njani esimene esithize, udokotela, unesi, ngiyazi khona namaphoyisa athize uma ngabe umama kumele azoteta bayakwazi ukuthi bamtetise. Mina ke angazi lutho, angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngingene lezo. Yes, my lord.
And that's one of the reasons why you say you chased down to the park and left Senzo bleeding. He was bleeding internally, perhaps.
Isona ke isizathu esakwenza ukuthi nihambe nigijimele laphana eparkini nashiya uSenzo lana opha asazi mhlambe ube uphela ngaphakathi.
Ngayilungisa leyo.
I can correct that, my lord.
Yes.
Masiyehla siya le. We were not aware ukuthi kunomuntu odutshuliwe.
Yes.
When we were going down the street, my lord, we were not aware that there's a person that was shot at.
Okay.
Yes. When we came back, masibuya kula kahle kahle sesithola I full information ukuthi kahle kahle kwenzakaleni.
It was only upon our return that we were now related to as to what transpired there.
Okay, fine. Any re-examination, sir? Mr. Meyiwa.
As a court pleases, just picking up on this last aspect. Advocate Mshololo for accused number 5 put it to you that upon your return from the park, you found the deceased there in the house unattended.
Usho kanjalo mama Mshololo yakhumbula bekuwa ukuthi uma seniqhamuka okanye nibuya lapha neparkini nifika lapha endlini nase nithola umufi kungenamuntu omlekelelayo. Njalo yakhumbula ebeka kuwe?
Yakhumbula.
I remember. Yes, I remember.
Now, you testified in evidence in chief that the park is about 200 meters from your house in the Khumalo.
Usho kanjalo ke kulobufakazi bakho bokuqala ipark ingaba 200 meters ukusuka lapha eKhumalo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to rephrase what Advocate Mshololo said. Is that upon your return from the park, you found the deceased in the house not having received medical attention.
Ngibeke ngendlela ke ayibinga khona uAdvocate Mshololo ukuthi uthi maniqhamuka nibuya eparkini nifike endlini nathola umufi engayitholi okanye engatholi uncedo lonyango kuye. That is correct.
Now, do you remember perhaps what the time lapse was between chasing after the persons, searching there at the park, and then coming back to the Khumalo house?
Yazi kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani mhlawumbe ukusuka laphana niye eparkini nibuye nifike laphana kaKhumalo?
Maybe 12 minutes.
Perhaps about 12 minutes. Could have taken about 12 minutes.
And just maybe lastly, Advocate Ramosepoli put it to you that the space there at the kitchen window is small. And when the door is open, the view is obstructed. That is now the space to view into the...
Sorry, I didn't speak about when the door being closed.
No. When the door is open.
I didn't speak about any door.
Yeah. Well,
it is the witness that testified that he did not speak about any door.
Yes.
I don't help us to solve
as a court, it's really not.
Whether the door is open, whether the kitchen is transparent.
It's really of no consequence. The point of the matter is When you saw the person with his back there at the kitchen door, do you remember whether the kitchen door was open or closed?
At the kitchen door?
Yes. When you saw the person with his back at the kitchen window, do you remember whether the kitchen door was open or closed?
Mawubona lo muntu ke sobona umhlanje wakhe olapha yana efasteleni le kitchen. Ngabe uyakhumbula yini ukuthi umnyango ubuvulekile noma ubuvalekile?
Mangimbona buvalekile.
When I saw the person, the door was closed.
Thank you very so much.
It's fair to put questions which actually were debated in this court. Because you don't have to say Senzo was left unattended. It's actually not correct if you listen to the evidence like I did. Zandile says she went out to the nearest house, which happens to be the Mapiris. Requested Mapiri to phone the ambulance and the police. That's the evidence. Mapiri is panicking, she's screaming. She says, maybe let Ntabiseng do it. Then she makes the same request to Ntabiseng. But to say, no, Senzo was just left there to his own devices, it's not correct. Zandile made attempts to find medical assistance and police assistance for the deceased. And she says when she came back, she found the gentleman here trying to move the deceased into the vehicle. That's the evidence. Please. Yeah, you can interpret.
Yazama nje uqondisa lawo makwekwe ukuthi ngempela angineme ngalento ukuthi kuthiwa uSenzo wayekelwa nje laphayana kungenamuntu obemsiza khona lapho kahle uthi bengikhona ngibuzwile ubufakazi ka Zandile ukuthi uZandile wahamba waya kwaMaphiri ayofuna uncedo khona lapha kwaMaphiri. Uthi makafika khona kwaMaphiri wathola ukuthi ke uMaphiri naye akakwazi ukuthi angafonela iambulance ukuthi izosiza lona uSenzo. Wacela uNtabiseng. Manje ke into bengithi nje ngizama ukuyiqondisa yiyo leyo yokuthi umuntu washi walapha yana kungenancedo nje alitholayo. uZandile wahamba waya kwaMaphiri.
Okay.
Thank you, madam.
Is that the end of this witness testimony?
Indeed, madam.
Yes, thanks, sir.
Sabong.
We have not been given opportunity to, if we have questions after the court questions.
No, it's not a question. I was regularizing the evidence which was led in the, unless you say I'm wrong, fine. Unless you say that. I was relating the evidence as was relayed by Zandile, following your view that Senzo was left to die unattended, never received any medical attention. There were reasons predicating that type of situation. It's not like Zandile just folded her arms. She panicked. She says, I froze, I panicked. I could even not dial 10-111. Went out with the phone to my nearest neighbor, engaged my neighbor. Please phone the ambulance and the police. Now that conduct is not consistent with the person who is saying die. Okay, can we have the next witness? If it all.
Okay.
As a court, please, my lord, continue with the evidence of the neighbors. The state calls the next witness.
Who's that?
It's Mrs. Ntabiseng Petunia Mokete. She's
Okay.
witness number 26 on the list.
Ntabiseng Petunia Mokete.
Yes.
Yeah.
until the witness has just arrived and she just needs to catch her breath. If we can just adjourn just for about 2 minutes, the court can just wait in the Ms. Mokete, in October of 2014, where did you live?
Memkete, ka October ya 2014, unodula kai?
Anekidula ko Phosphorus Mzamo.
I was residing in Mzamo, that is in Phosphorus,
Ha auswaka.
at my sister's house. Uthi ngo October 2014, ngangihlala khona lapha eMzamo, ese Phosphorus, kwasiswa.
What is the name of your sister?
Igama lika libitso la auswa how ke mang?
Maggie Phiri.
It is Maggie Phiri. Maggie Phiri. Igama lika sisi Maggie Phiri.
What is the name of the street?
Libitso la strata?
Ke Mzamo Acres.
It is Mzamo Acres.
Yes, the section, but the street.
Ke Kutlwanong Street, 13439 Kutlwanong Street.
It is Kutlwanong Street,
439.
439. 13439. Kutlwanong Street.
And do you know the Khumalos
Baha Khumalo Abantsiba?
who lived at 13511 Kutlwanong Street at the time?
Banembadula number 13511 Kutlwanong Street. Onama Mzamo. Wabatsiba?
Ke a ba tseba.
Yes, I know them. Ngiyabazi laba kaKhumalo abebehlala khona kuleyo ndlu number 13511 eKutlwanong Street khona lapha eMzamo.
Now, how is your house positioned in relation to the Khumalos?
Ntlo yamo nodula teng kapa yamo dula teng e shebane jwang le ya ha Khumalo kapo e hokae ha o e bapisa le ha Khumalo?
Ka pele ya ho ya mo ke dulang ho yona, o ene ke dula ho yona ke ha Ngcatshe.
Now, in the front opposite house of where I'm residing, it is Ngcatshe's house. That is the front opposite house is Ngcatshe's house. Uthi lo muzi ke oqondene nala ngihlala khona umuzi kaNgcatshe.
Ka next door ya teng. Ke ha Khumalo.
And the next door neighbor to the Ngcatshe, it is the Khumalo's house. Uthi ngapha ke abomakhelwane bakaNgcatshe or Khumalo.
Just want to show you photo 1 of Exhibit D.
Ke tlo bontsha senepe sa pele of photo number 1 ya Exhibit D.
If you can just more or less indicate there on the photo where your house is. Just switch it up.
Ke prasa. Opposite ke gate ya ha Ngcatshe. Rona re front opposite ya ha Ngcatshe.
Now that gate in particular, the small one that the light is pointing at, it is the Ngcatshe's gate. That property there, it is the Ngcatshe's property. We are on this other side of the street.
Yeah, just point more or less where.
Recipients.
Ai bo ha ihlahe ntlo mo ke Khumalo rona re e kam
Okay.
ka thoko.
Right. It is not depicted on this picture. That point where I'm pointing at, or that particular spot I'm pointing at, that is more or less where our house is, even though it is not depicted in this picture. That other house that is clearly depicted there, it is the Khumalo's house.
Right. Now, on the 26th of October 2014, in the evening. Is that correct that a certain incident occurred that led to you coming to court to testify today?
Ka di 26 October 2014 hona le ketsahalo e leng ya etsahala ene ka ba bosiu tjena na le ketsahalo e leng ya etsahala e entseng hore o iphumane o le court ka je ha o jalo
go jwa.
It is indeed so yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi kube nesigameko esenzeke nge 26 October 2014 ebusuku nje okanye ntambama esenza ukuthi namhlanje ngiyithole sengila enkantolo ngizothula ubufakazi.
Can you please tell the court in your own words what happened on the day?
O ka jwetsa court he ka mantswe a hao. Tsa fotlalela dinyewe ka mantswe a hao hore na ho etsaetseng. Ska tata ke re nke nako ya.
Ki dutse ka ntle ke qeta ho hlapa.
I had just taken a bath and was sitting outside of the house.
Ka hara koloi ya motswalle wa ka ke Yolanda.
In an actual fact, I was inside of a vehicle. I was occupying the vehicle of my friend by the name of
Yolanda Nota.
Yolanda Nota. Uthi-ke bengisanda ukubhava nje ngase ngihlala ngaphandle kanti kahle kahle bengihleli ngaphakathi emotweni yomngane wami uYolanda Nota.
Where was this motor vehicle? You can just show on the photo 1 of Exhibit D.
How hlahelle mo patona le pavement mo Blahai. Ne re le kantle mo pavementing.
It is not visible or represented by this particular picture here. However, it was more or less at the spot where the light is, because where the light is, there's a pavement there, which is just next to our home. That is more or less the spot where the vehicle had parked at.
And yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Just for the reference of the court, of perhaps for the benefit of the record, this light is at the bottom left of that picture, just outside of the border of the bottom left of the picture that is now displayed here on the screen.
And how was this vehicle parked?
Ene e pakile e shebile ko tlase e kare e shebile ko parking re na le park ha o ya ko tlase nyane.
The vehicle had parked facing the park, so it was facing down the street. There's a park down the street there in the vicinity, so it was facing the direction of the park. Timoto lena ke ipakile iqonde ngale ngase parking ngoba khona lapho kuleyo ndawo kune park khona lapho imoto ibepakile iqonde parking.
And where in the car were you seated?
Unoduthi kae ka koloi?
Ne ke dutse kamera ho passenger seat.
Okay.
Ke driver kamera.
I was sitting at the back seat behind the passenger seat of that vehicle, the front left passenger seat of that vehicle. So I was sitting behind. Oh, can I just correct that?
Ne ke dutse kamera ke driver, nna ne ke le camera driver.
Oh, it's in passenger.
It's in ke le camera.
No, there was a discrepancy there. I was seated directly behind the driver. Futhi ngangihleli nje emva komshayeli okanye emva kwesihlalo somshayeli waleyo moto.
And Miss Yolanda Mota, where was she seated?
Yolanda Nota ona dutse kae yena?
Ona dutse ka pele. I hate
ka pele kae?
Ona dutse ko sitting ya driver yena.
Okay. Yolanda Nota was seated she was occupying the driver's seat. And then she turned back to look behind her. Ube hlelike kulesihlalo somshayeli lo uYolanda waseke ubheka nje emuva
Were there any other occupants in the vehicle?
Nkabe ho ne hona le batho ba bang ba di ba le ka hara koloi ka moo?
Nona le ngwana mnyane wa Yolanda.
Yes, there was a minor child belonging to Yolanda who was also the occupant of that vehicle. Kwakukhona ingane encane ekalona uYolanda ebekhona nayo ngaphakathi emotweni.
How old was the child then?
Ngwana ona na le dilemo tse kae kana kweo? How sharp is it?
Selemo kapa ka tlase. O selemo.
The child could have been about a year or just below a year in terms of the age. Ingane lena mhlawumbe ibingaba nonyaka ngaphansi konyaka.
And what type of motor vehicle was this?
Inele kodeyetwa enam?
Inele Honda Ballet.
It was a Honda Ballet. Otile motor bewe Honda Ballet.
The sedan.
Inele ina ekaring e kholo ka morao ka mo. Kapo inele hatchback.
Aksaupela hantle.
I cannot remember clearly whether it was a hatchback or a sedan.
Yes, you may proceed. Yes, you may proceed.
Hantse re dutse ka mo kantle ntse re bua le yena ntse re
Kantle.
ka koloi.
Oh, how re kantle bua ka?
Ka koloi. Ke bua ka koloi.
Le kantle ho eng?
E ne le kantle ho yard ya ko hae.
All right. The witness keeps on saying that when we're outside, so I was just trying to ascertain when she refers to the fact that we were outside, what is she referring to? She says that I mean that the vehicle was outside of the yard of my place of residence. Jwale ora hantse le kantle le ka mo koloing jwalo wa etsalang?
Ntse re qoqa le yena.
Now, as we are inside of the vehicle that is just parked outside of our yard, we are busy having a conversation between myself and Yolanda. Manje ngoba singaphandle kanjalo wejaliti singasemotweni futhi le moto ipake nje ngaphandle wejaliti silele emotweni ke siloko siyakhuluma mina no Yolanda.
Yes, you may proceed.
Katsola pele.
Hona le mo huleng ha ba le sound e loud e utlwahalang, like that bang, the sound e ka re ke ine the sound as tune. Ne le mdu as tune.
There was a stage where there was a sound, a loud noise that sounded like a gunshot sound, a bang sound, like that of a firearm, while we were still in the car like that. Now I got shocked. Uthi ngoba sihleli kanjalo kwaba nokuphuma like umsindo owawuzwakala nje uzwakala nje kwangathi isibhamu siyathuma. Ngase ke mina ngiyathuka.
Ke re ho yena ke mdumo wa sethunya o.
I then said to her, that is the sound of a firearm or a firearm that is being discharged. Ngathi kuye ke uyabona lo mdumo ke umdumo ke welokhunjani wesibhamu esithumayo.
If you say you said to her who
Aore kare huyena ubua kama
ka Yolanda.
I'm referring to Yolanda. Mangithi ngathi kuye ngisho yena lo uYolanda.
Yes.
Aki bua lena jalo kamra ha ho qetwa ba le mdimonyana o wa sethunya ho be le motho o fetang ke kana ko ke reng ke mdimo wa sethunya o.
Now there was a person that passed or walked past at the time that I was saying to her that is a sound of a gunshot.
Motho na feta o fetile a matha.
This particular person, as he or she was passing, he or she went past running. In fact, he was running as he was passing where we were. Manje lo muntu lona ke engikhuluma ngaye undlule egijima.
You say he or she, did you see whether it was a male person or a female person?
Ubua ka motho. O ile wa bona hore ke motho wa monna kapo motho wa mosadi.
Ona shabela ska motho wa monna ona kentse borukgo le mosesane.
He looked like a male being. He had a pair of pants, lean build in terms of the physique. Manje ke lo muntu lona engikhuluma ngaye ke ubebukeka njengomuntu wesilisa. Begqoke ke ibhluke ebuya ngazuthi uzacile nje.
Now, from which direction to which direction was this person running past?
Motho ona une amatha atswa direction ngefing aya direction ngefing.
Ha ke mona a sa fetile koloi a ya ko tlase ka ro mathela ya parking.
Now, when I saw this person had already passed the vehicle and he was running towards the park. Mangibona ke lo muntu ubesendlulile emotweni kanti ubeqonde eparking.
Yes, my continue. Morales, what time was it?
Around after 8 busiu.
That was after 8 p.m. Ingaba ngo 8 ebusuku. Uma ngibona lo muntu.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ka koloi nka montse re dutse le motswalle wa ka. Se re ngangisana obane ke go yena ke modumo ke o utlwala ska modumo wa sethunya. Yena ga se sethunya.
Now, as we were occupying the vehicle, myself and my friend, we started to have a disagreement between ourselves. I was saying that sound was a gunshot sound, and she was saying no, it was not a gunshot sound. Manje mina naye ke umngani wami sesiyaphikisana ke semotweni. Ngithi mina kwaba umdumo lona olukunjani wesibhamu ukuxhuma kwesibhamu. Yena uthi cha bekungesona isibhamu esixhumayo.
Yes, may proceed.
Ake hopola hantle ke re ke ile ka re ho yena nna ke di ke holetse pla ko hostel no dutse ho la dithunya ke ka ho ke re mohlomong ke modumo wa sethunya.
If I recall clearly, I said to her that, you know what, I grew up in the hostel vicinity, and there had been a number of firearms being discharged, and I could hear those sounds. And it is for that reason that I would say to you that this sound as well, it's a sound of a firearm that is being discharged. Manje ngase ngimtshela lo nto ke uthi phela mina ngikhulela lapha ne hostel la bekhala khona ke ibhamu sona ke sizathu engithi mina le nto lo msindo enguzwile umsindo wokuxhuma kwesibhamu.
Yes, you may proceed.
Katsola pele.
Answering nganyisana hape mo hole engwe hape.
As we were busy arguing with each other like that, then there was another sound of a firearm that is being discharged. Maslongo speakisana kanjalo kwaba nomnye umsindo wokuxhuma kwesibhamu.
Haila jwale tse ya bobedi ila ha o file koloi.
Now this second sound of a firearm that is being discharged, it sounded as though it was now close to the vehicle. the sound was closer to the vehicle. Lo msindo-ke wokuchuma kwesibhamu, lo wesibili, ubusukhalela la eduze nemoto.
Proceed.
Ke re ho yena ha se qeta ho lla fela ho fete bo batho ba ithuba matha ba ya ko tlase same direction ela o a qala a mathetseng ko yona.
Now, after that sound, two people passed running towards the park as well, in the same direction that the first person who passed running took. Manje ke emva kokuqhuma ke okanye emva kokuzwakala lo msindo ke wesibili kwasekundlula ke abawu2 futhi begijima nabo baya ngale ngaseparking njengalo oqala ondlule egijima eya ngaseparking.
Yes.
Resarere mametsi ha ba se ba qeta ho feta ke re ho yena re tla be re sholle ka moka koloing ha re tswe batho ba ba le.
Whilst at that, and we were just waiting inside of the vehicle, I then said to her, you know what, we'll end up dying inside of the car. Let's disembark the vehicle. But one?
Batho ba ne ba ke re a re tswe ka moka koloing hobane ke mo batho ba ba le ya rona re dutse ka moka koloing.
Yeah, let's just allow this vehicle because it is evident that people are running outside here. We may end up dying right inside of this vehicle. Ngamtshela leyo nto leyo ukuthi ake siphume nathi emotweni ngoba naku abantu bayagijima. So gcina sifele ngapha ngasemotweni.
Holala ke sa opening ha o la bula mnyako yena pele a watswa wa checka hore ho etsalang.
She opened the door. She was the first person to open the door so that she can investigate what was happening. Wavula umnyango, uyani umuntu wavula umnyango oqala ezama ukubheka ukuthi na kwenzakalani.
Yes, just for record, just refer to her by the name.
Oh, how bua ka yena?
Yolanda.
Yeah, how bua ka yena fel or Yolanda. Understood?
All right.
Yes.
Ha bula mnyako hole batho ba le ba mathetse ko tlase hala ha utlwahala another shot ya bitering.
Now as she opened the door, mind you, the people that we have initially seen had run down the street. Then there was a third gunshot sound. Manje ke makavula umnyango kanjalo labantu labayana bona ke sebendlulile ke labe begijima uvula umnyango nje ufuna ukubheka ukuthi kwenzakalani saqhuma futhi okwesithathu isibhamu.
Ke hopola hore ha na bula mnyako jwale ke ile ka utlwa ke le ke ho bula mnyako le na hobane se ke tshwile se la bitering.
Now as she opened the door, I also tried to open the door because now the gunshot went for the third time.
Ke hopola ke utlwa lentswe la Zandile ke mo bona ka ke twa hoeletsa e ka rena na umpone hore ke tswa ka koloing.
I remember hearing Zandile's voice and I could somehow see her. And it also appears that she may have noticed that I was inside of the car. And she was screaming and saying that in Thabiseng phone, call the police.
Ambulance.
In fact, she said that phone, call the ambulance. Ngiyamkhumbula ethi Thabiseng fonele ambulance. Ngoba ke kwangathi naye ubengibona ukuthi ngangikhona nje lapha emotweni ngikhumbula nje ngilizwa nje iphimbo lakhe ulokhunjani uZandi futhi ngimbona wasesho kanjalo ke ethi Ntabiseni fonele ambulance.
And just for record purposes, who is Zandi?
Zandi kima
Zandile Khumalo ke Zandile Khumalo dulang ha Khumalo.
This is Zandile Khumalo that resides at the Khumalo's house. Lo Zandi ngikhuluma ngaye uZandile Khumalo ohlala kwa Khumalo.
And where was she at that stage when she was talking to you, asking you to phone the ambulance?
Unaluka kana ko no hare o phone le ambulance abuwa le njalo.
You can use the photo to illustrate that. Photo 1.
Kasebenzisa snapper.
Mo koloi ine editse teng. Ne ke khona ho bona ka mo ka jareteng ya ha Khumalo.
Now, from where the vehicle was parked, I was able to see inside of the Khumalo's yard. There is a light there pointing at the spot pertinent to the house of the Khumalos.
O ile a hlahella hona mo ke ne ke supile teng a re founela ambulance.
Just right there where I had pointed at initially, where the light has been shown it, she appeared at that particular spot. And then she said that I should call the ambulance. Khona lapho kuleyo ndawana leyo eStombini lapho la bengikhombe khona uvelele ukusuka khona lapho wathi fonele ambulance.
Is that correct? There's a mini electricity substation on the photo.
Ngabe kuyiqiniso ke ikabe ke netho hore hona le ntwe na mona box la electricity mo wa bona la motlakase. Yes, indeed. And the witness is actually pointing at that substation.
Yes, where in relation to that did you see her?
How bapisa le lona le box leno la motlakase. Monica
camera on that.
Camera le box.
Ke sa tsebeng ona hloletse hodima empa mo koloi e ne pakile teng hobane e pakile pla gate ya ko hae o khona ho bona o no khona kana ko ho bona ha Khumalo ka mo motho ye meng ka hloho wa khona mona o no khona mona kana ko ka mo so ona hlahetse hona mo.
Now at that very spot where I'm pointing at, during that time, from the spot where the vehicle had parked, one could still have a view or could still be able to see the Khumalos. I am uncertain whether she had climbed onto something that just elevated her a bit, but you know, the head could still be visible, and further that the witness is now emphasizing the fact that during that time one could see with ease the house of the Khumalos during that time from where the vehicle was parked. Uthi ngaleso sikhathi uqhamuka la imoto ibipake khona umuntu bengakwazi ukuthi abone lapha na kaKhumalo. Ungazi ke ube khona mhlambe lokho begibele phezulu kwakho ukuthi akwazi ukubonakala kahle na noma engavela ngekhanda umuntu ubekwazi ukuthi ambone.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ola hweletsa re Ntabiseng phonela ambulance.
She screamed and she said that Ntabiseng call the ambulance. Wa memeza wathi Ntabiseng phonele ambulance.
Senzo uthunzwe.
Senzo had been shorted. Senzo udutshulile.
Ha chojalo usatla atswa ka gate.
As she was saying that, she was now approaching by exiting the gate.
Just a minute.
Shonjalo uyaphuma ngegate uyeza.
O tlamathela mo ho rona mo koloing eleng koteng.
She came running towards us, that is at the spot where the vehicle had parked. Uzanjalo egijima ezakithina. Khona laphana la pake khona imoto yethu.
The gate, can you just show the gate through which she came?
O carbonsa he gate at Linkayona. Now there is a light pointing at the gate, at the opening, supposed to be the gate there, with no bars.
Yes.
At the premises of the Khumalos. Manje ke ngiyambona ukuthi ubonisa kuphi ke uthi uqhambe kuphi.
Yes, we may proceed.
Ukatso la pele.
Ke nakwe ha atla matha se ke nka ngwana mo o na le ngwana na le cassetting ke tshuwile ke lena ke batla go baleya jwanong hore Zandi le yena o wantshosa.
Now as she came running towards me or towards us where the vehicle had parked, I then decided to pick up the child and carry the child. I am shocked at that stage. Zandi is running, and I thought to myself, perhaps I should also run. Manje uzanje uyagijima kimi. Okay, ngithina la imoto ibipake khona. Ngithi mina ke nanguza la ngithina uyagijima ngathatha umntwana. Ngathi mhlambe nami kumele ngibaleke ngoba ngazi ukuthi uyabaleka na.
Kinga ngwana ke mathela ka jareteng ya mo ke dula ya mo hae.
Now I took the child, I ran into our yard, that is the yard of my place of residence. Ngathatha lengane ngase ngiyagijima ngigijimela ejartini lethu manje mazi la ngihlala khona.
Ke mathali yena Zandile lo kena ko hae ka kitchen.
Now we are running together, myself and Zandi, to go and enter my home through the kitchen door. Skijima kanjalo ke manje mina no Zandi ukuya ekhaya kithi. Siyongena endlini ngomnyango wekitchen.
Yes.
Are kena ka mnyako ke rile ga ka pusha mnyako ka hweletsa. Ke hlaela ka mo ka dining room ke hweletsa ausi ile yena maphiri.
Now as we got into the house, I started shouting or screaming for Mapiri, which is my sister. Mangena jalo endlini sengiyamemeza kanjalo ke ngisekishini ngimemeza yena lona usisi uMapiri.
Ahlahe atsoka kamareng.
She came out from the bedroom. Wasuyaphuma usisi ekamga ekamereni.
Hahlaha abutsori ke eng.
When she came out, she then inquired, "What is it?" Magavela wasuyabuza ke ukuthi yini.
Ke mo re hlalosang Zandi hlalosang hore Senzo uthuntswe.
That is where Zandi started to explain that Senzo has been shot at. Kulapho ke esekaqisa khona ke uZandi ukuthi uSenzo usedujuliwe.
Akopa re ho founelwe ambulance.
She then requested that the ambulance be phone called. Wasuyacela ukuthi kufonelwe iambulance.
Who is it now?
Ke mang o kopa ngoro fonelwe ambulance?
Ke Zandile Khumalo.
That is Zandile Khumalo.
Yes, we proceed.
O ka tswela pele.
Ha tloa moo a ke sa hopola hantle kelelong ya ka hore ke ile o la founelwa ambulance kapa ho ile wa etsahalang.
From then on, I cannot have a clear collection from my mind as to whether the ambulance was being phone called or was it phone called or not. Emva kwalokho ke angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi iyafonelwa yini ambulance noma cha.
Ke hopola ke siya ngwana hodima carpet ne le mo fatshe.
I remember leaving the child on the carpet that was on the floor. Ngikhumbula ke ngisho ingane nje phezulu kwecarpet khona lapha yana phansi.
Ke tswa ka Zandile sa tswile ola re siya ka mo a tswa matha nna ka siya ngwana le nna ka tswa ke molatela morao.
Now at that time Zandi had already exited the house when I then decided to put the child down on the carpet to also follow Zandi. So I exited the house. Manje ngaleso sikhathi ke uZandi nayo bese seke phumile uma mina sengithatha isinqumo sokuthi ingane ngibeke phansi phezulu kwecarpet ngilandele lona ke uZandi.
Ke hopola ke tswela ka ntle strateng.
I remember when I went out to the street.
Ho ne se hona le batho ba ono sona le batho le koloi ya Khedi X6 e se ipakile ka ntle mo strateng se ba re ba mo kentse ka hare Senzo ho hospital.
Now there already were a multitude of people already in that vicinity there, and Kelly's vehicle or the X6 was parked outside of the street, and it was said that Senzo had already been loaded into that X6. Kumbula mangiphuma ngaphandle kwase sekunabantu nje isituwana sabantu lapha emgaqweni kanti ke imoto lena ke iX6 yayipake ngaphandle imoto kaKelly yayipake ngaphandle emgaqweni sekuthiwa ke uSenzo usefakwe kuleyo moto.
We just want to show you the vehicle on photo 2 of exhibit D. You recognize the vehicle?
Why hopula koleye? That is the exact car, and it has been pointed at with a light.
Which car?
The light is pointing at the X6 that is depicted on that picture there.
Yes.
Yebo iyo leyo moto ke engiyikhombayo engikhuluma ngayo kanti ukhomba yona le X6 evelela lapho kuleso sithombe.
Yes, you may proceed.
Councillor Pile.
Ke hopola ke atumetse haufinyana le koloi ba ne se ba le ka koloing lo Yolanda a khutla morao le nna hobane Yolanda o la mo ha Khumalo ha nna ke ne ke mathela ka tlong le ngwana le Zandi.
Okay. Ha re tla le mo he Yolanda o ila ya ha Khumalo. Wena ha o mathela
ka tlong ke lo siya ngwana ke hweletsa le ausumedi ka tlong.
Okay. Perhaps we should start it at that. When myself and Zandi ran into our house, Yolanda went to the Khumalo's house. Now at that stage, myself and Zandile Khumalo and the child that I was carrying, we are running into our house to go alert my sister about what has transpired. Kampono re hlalsa ka teng re no le haufi le koloi.
Ha ke atumela haufinyana le bona le koloi le batho ba mo ka ntle ha Khumalo ho thwe ho wa sepetlele.
Now, as I neared the X6 vehicle, said to have loaded Senzo, it was said that the Khumalos are actually going to the hospital. Mase sengisondela ke leyo X6 yona le kuthiwa kwagijelwe ulokhunjani ngakhona uSenzo abaka Khumalo kuthiwa baya esibhedlela.
Can you just demonstrate there on the photo where the vehicle was at that stage?
Okarbonsa most nepe mo ore koloi ene yo vukai
But inenkile 10 ekare ya go dimo ha o tswa ka strata se sa rona e sa iko tlase mo le Bla Park. Inenkile the opposite direction yona.
Initially direction.
Yes.
Ya ho tswa. The exact spot is pointed on the picture here, detailing where the vehicle had actually been parked, and that time around the vehicle had faced the opposite direction to that of the park, so it had faced away from the park. Oti ngaleso sikhathi ke imoto yayipake khona la ebe khombe khona la kulesi sithombe, kodwa ke yayingaqondanga eparking kwangathi beqonde kule enye direction.
Yes, we proceed.
That's all I
Ke hopola ho no thwe huwa sepetlele sa ofinyana ke Botshelong.
I remember it was said that they are going to Botshelong because Botshelong is the nearest hospital. Ngikhumbula besho kanjalo ukuthi kuyiwa eBotshelong. Botshelong isona sepetlele seduze.
Ke khutla mo le Yolanda are ha re kene ka koloing ge ba sale morao.
And then I went back, myself and Yolanda. Then Yolanda suggested that we go and embark the vehicle that we had initially embarked and then follow them. Manje mina ke no Yolanda sasesibuyele emuva emotweni wasethi ke uYolanda asibalandela singene emotweni sibalandele.
The thing happened that we tukisa.
Let me correct something there.
We tukisa.
How do I tukisa?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Re kene ka koloing akisa hopoling hantle hore e tlile ka nna hore re ba latele kapa e tlile ka yena hore re ba sale morao empa ntho ke tsebang gore re ile ga kena ka koloing ra ba sala morao.
Okay. This is that discrepancy that I would have wished to correct. I am uncertain as to whether it was my suggestion that we should follow them or it was Yolanda's suggestion that we should follow them. The gist of the point is we eventually got into the vehicle and then we followed them. We got into the vehicle and then followed them. Angisakhumbuli ke yiyo lento engizama ukuthi ngiyilungise ukuthi yimina yini owathi masibalandele okanye uye uYolanda kodwa ke okusemqoka ukuthi sangena emotweni sabalandela.
Yes, may proceed.
Katsola pele.
Are fitla sepetlele re sa e bone koloi haufinyana a re no sa e bone koloi hobane ke nana hore e tsamaya ka potlako feta ya rona o batlile pele ho rona.
Ono sa e bone kae?
Mmileng tseleng mo ha re setse morao ke ne sa bona ha le tseleng. Ha re fitla sepetlele patere thotse ile go driveway mo ba di ambulance ba yemang teng mo emergency.
Now along the road, we couldn't see the vehicle or even identify the vehicle along the road. We thought that they were driving at a high speed. That could be the reason why we are not seeing it along the road as we were driving. And upon arrival at the hospital, we then saw the vehicle parked in what the witness refers as to the driveway, where the ambulances, or perhaps at the emergency section of the premises of the hospital. Otigela emkatweni azange sibone imoto sisacabanga ukuthi ihamba ngesivinini esiphezulu kakhulu, ingalokho singakwazi ukuthi siyibone. Kanti ke sithe mase sifika ke esibhedlela sayithola ke le moto ipake kwi driveway. Futhi ke la kuma khona ke imoto lezi ke ama ambulance kanye endaweni ebhala ukuthi indawo yenhlekele ethize.
And just for record purposes, which hospital are you referring to?
Rebuaka Hospital
Botselong.
I'm referring to Botselong. Botselong.
Yes, may proceed.
Oka Tsolapele.
Re fihla re ba thola se ba tswile ka koloing.
Upon our arrival, they had already alighted the vehicle. Mrs. Figa Tinage, but Sebe Pumi Lemotoini.
Empa Senzo Nasalika Morau Kakului.
However, Senzo was still inside of the vehicle, that is at the back of that vehicle. Kodwa ke noma kunjalo ke uSenzo yena ube logo engaphakathi emotweni futhi ngasemuva emotweni.
Honona le batho ba sebetsang sepetlele ba babedi ba ne ba le mo.
There were hospital workers, 2 of them, that were right there at that spot. Kwakhona ke isebenza eziwu2 zasesibhedlela ezazikhona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
Bane ba leka ho montsha ka mo ka hara koloi impa ba ntse balla.
They were trying to take him out of the vehicle, however they were still crying.
Ke hopola a ke re
bebezama ukumkhipha emotweni kodwa bebeloku bekhala.
Ke hopola kana go nona le Kelly le Zandi.
I remember during the time there was Kelly and Zandi.
Ke hopola hono hona le motswalle wa bona mtelele o ne a hlotsa.
I remember also there was a friend of theirs who was tall in physique, who was limping. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakhona nomngani wabo lapho omude nyana nje ngomzimba wayexhuka nje.
Ba la re lebitso la hae ke Tumelo.
They said that his name was Tumelo, but igama lakhe uTumelo.
And then hona le omong hape abuti ba re ke Ntogozisi.
And there also was another gentleman there called Ntogozisi. Wakhona nomnyeke ubhuti kwathiwa uMthokozisi.
O bona hore a re tsoka koloing le Yolanda. O bona hore wa sokola ho ntswa motho le motho. As we motho Senzo. Yolanda ko mathela mo koloing. A mo tosa ka mo ka koloing. Aba thusa hore ba mo tose, and then ba mo beya hodima stretcher sa sepetlele.
When we realized that these people were battling to disembark Senzo from the vehicle, we alighted the vehicle, and Yolanda ran to the vehicle to go and assist. She assisted in dragging him out of the vehicle so that he is put on the stretcher, so that he is put on the stretcher. Manje ngokuqaphela okanye ngokubona ukuthi labantu ungazothi bayasogola ukuthi ulokho njani aphume emotweni uSenzo ukuthi bamkhiphe emotweni Wathi-ke uyolanda masiphume emotweni yena wagijimela khona laphayana ukuyolekelela. Ukufika kwakhe lapho wase ufaka isandla ukuthi makadonsweke manje akwazi ukuthi abekwe phezu kwestretcher.
Can you just clarify, if you say they were still crying, who are you referring to?
How re banentse balla ubuka ka bomang
kaofela bona e ne le Zandile nalla Kheli nalla le ke hopola Zandile nalla le Kheli nalla le Tumelo.
all of them were crying. If I remember well, it was Zandile, Kheli and Tumelo. They were crying. Bonke ke babekhala mangikhumbula kahle beku Zandile, Kheli kanye noTumelo.
Yes, may proceed.
Ukathola phela
Ho pushuwa stretcher seo ho mo kenya ko sepetlele ka hare ho sepetlele jwale.
now that very stretcher was pushed into the hospital now. Manje leso stretcher ke saseke siya pushwa ke ukungena ngaphakathi kwesibedlela.
Ha o fihlwa mo casualty nyakwa casualty ba re khutsetsa kaofela ka ntle.
When we got to the casualty door or entrance, we were then all of us sent back that we should be outside. Uma sifika laphana ke emnyango wase casualty base ke basiphindisele emuva sonke ukuthi singangeni sibe ngaphandle.
Ho kantle ka mo pela kantle ka mo pela casualty no na ditulo mo dulang teng.
Just outside there, close to the casualty, there were seats where people could, or there was a sitting area that was designated there, close to the casualty. Khona lapho ngaphandle, kwakhona nje indawo yokuhlala okanye ihlalo zazikhona lapho umuntu angahlala khona lapho.
Bane balla ba batla wetsa di call ne ke tshwere ne ko ke opola ke tshwere di phone tse pedi.
Now they were crying and they wanted to make phone calls. I remember that I was in possession of the 2 cell phones.
And then
Ke babeloko bekhala ke bezama ke ukwenza ukufona. Mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngangiphethe amalokhunjana amabili ama cell phones amabili.
ke baneletsa di phone mo ho founwa he.
I then handed them the cell phones. Phone calls were made. Banikeza ke ama cell phone kwase kuyafonwa ke khona lapho.
Ke sa tsebeng ho no founelwa bo mang.
Well, I did not know who in particular was being phone called. Angazi ukuthi kahle kahle kwakufonela obanike khona lapho.
Who did you borrow your phones to?
We le wa neletsa phone kapa wa kadima mang di phone tsa hao?
Ke deka kadima Kheli la phone.
I lent Kheli. She made a phone call. Sorry, Kheli phone called.
Hape motho la phone ke hopola e la ba Tumelo o la phone.
Well, another person that I recall that had made or that had phone called, it was Tumelo. Omnyake wabantu oye wafona uTumelo.
And just for record purposes, who's Kheli?
Kheli Khumalo.
Kheli ke ausi wa Zandile Khumalo.
Kheli is Zandile Khumalo's sister. Mangikhuluma ngoKheli ke ngikhuluma ngosisi kaZandile Khumalo.
Yes, may proceed.
Ukathola phela.
All right. Hantse ho mo ho tso ho founwa ho liwa mo ba re Nzori udujuliwe mo.
Now, as they were phone calling and they were crying at the same time, and they kept on saying that Nzori, udujuliwe has been shot at.
Who was saying that?
Ke mang a neng a tjho jwalo?
Ke bona mo di phone call tsa bona.
They are the very people that were saying that as they were making these phone calls. Ibona ke babesho kanjalo njengoba babefona ngaleyo ndlela.
Yes, we proceed.
Katsola pele.
Ho be ka mora metsotsonyana e se khale re fihlile mo sepetlele ho tlenes mo nna le Yolanda mo re dutseng le bona re try ho ba calm down.
Now, after a few minutes we had arrived at the hospital, then a nurse came. Myself and Yolanda, where we were seated together with them, we were trying to comfort them. Manje ke kweza ke umhlengazi lapho la sasileli khona ke mina no Yolanda siloko sizama ukubaduduza ke
me wane sa fitla a re o kupatumele ka pelenyana wa bitswa ke doctor wa mpitsa.
Now this lady nurse that came to us, she then came to me and said, can you come quickly, come with me quickly, the doctor is looking for you. Gantige lomhlengazi lona ozagit lowes mameke ngoba ezagit uzagim utshela mina ukuthi woza ngokusheshsha udokotela uyakufuna.
Kere ho yana a ke nahana hore ke nna motho tlameleng ho ba ka moo.
I then said to her, no, I don't think I am the person that is supposed to be in there. Gase ngithi kuye cha angicabanga ukuthi imini umuntu ofanele ukuthi abe ngaphakathi lapho.
Are hona le information ya ne ba e batlang.
She then said that there is a particular information that they are in quest of. Bese uthi kimi kukhona nje ulwazi oluthize abalufunayo lakini.
Phakisa again.
Hurry, walk in, or hurry, go in.
Re kene le yena ka moo.
We the both of us then went in there.
Ke ka moo ho ne ho ntso ho thuswa Senzo ka hare ka moo.
That is the area or the room in which Senzo was being attended to. Ganti ke kungase gumbini lapho ke kwaku lokho kusizwa lona uSenzo ngonyama.
A ke fihla ka hare ngaka e botse hore o eng le motho o.
When I got inside, the doctor asked me, how do I relate with this particular person? Phakathi ke udokotela wasuyangibuza ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani nalo muntu, and he was referring to Senzo. Ngaleso sikhathi ke udokotela usho bekhuluma ngayo uSenzo ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani naye.
Kere ho yena karabo ya ka ke hopola ke le kare ke family friend ya fiance ya hae.
I remember giving that reply that I am the family friend to his fiance. Ngikhumbula ngisho kanjalo ngithi mina ke ngumngani waka fiance okanye lona okuzoba umakoti wakhe uSenzo.
Balike hape ba etse kare mchini hape ba hlalose hore ke ba etse kare ba mo resuscitate hape.
Now they went on as though they were resuscitating him. Base bayaqhubeka ngathi bazama ke ukuthi bamvuselele kanye bamsiza ukuthi aphile.
Ke hopola doctor are re likile ka hohle empa ha o hlokahetse ha sa le.
I remember the doctor saying that we tried all, however he's no longer. Ukhumbula udokotela esho kanjalo ukuthi sizame konke noma ke kunjalo akasekho.
So God please my Lord, even if it's hearsay, it has already been admitted in exhibit G, I think.
Why do you say a doctor makes a pronouncement in front of her? You say it's hearsay.
Well, in the sense that the witnesses testify about what the doctor told her.
Yeah, but she sees
Yes.
the doctor trying to resuscitate Senzo, and in that process, she says Senzo is no more.
Yes, but
And it's not Rathamokhatwen talking.
Yes,
Who's a
but-
layman?
As I said, that aspect has been admitted. It's really of no
fine.
consequence, Mama. Yes, you may proceed.
O ka tswela pele mme.
ke dule ka moo ka roomong eo le bona ke sa tsebe gore ke etse jwang hobane kelelo kone ka re ne khutla hore ke batlang mo.
Now I sat in there, in that very room, together with them, and I didn't know what to do. Now at that stage, gradually, my mind was now coming back to me, to conscientize me as to what was I doing there. Ngihlale ngalapho na. Mangiloko ngilapho ingqondo ngazothi manje siyabuya ukuthi ngizokwenzani lapho.
Ke nke phone
I then took the phone
ke founele ko hae
and then phone called home. Athatha ke ucingo ngafonela ekhaya.
Who did you call?
Uyila fonela
ke
manje.
founetse landline a ke hopola ka tlung ha phiri.
I cannot recall clearly. I phone called the landline into the Mapiri's house. Angikhumbuli kahle kodwa ke ngathi ngeke ngafonela ucingo nje lo i-landline lena. Hayi umakhalekhikhini. Ngifonela khona lapha yana kwaMapiri.
Ke hopola la tshwara ke ntate phiri phone.
I remember that Mr. Piri picked up the call or the phone.
Ka mo jwetsa ka re ai nna ke mo sepetlele.
I then told him that I'm at the hospital. Ngamtshela ukuthi ngisesibhedlela ubaba Mapiri.
And then ba re Senzo ha sa le.
And I further related to him that it was said that Senzo is no more. Ngaphinde ngamtshela lokho ukuthi kuthiwa uSenzo akasekho.
Ne ke sa tsebe hore tshwantse ke etse jwang ho tswa ke lo jwetsa botho.
I did not know how can I then exit to go and inform Kelly and them.
Ntate phiri o la go nna tshwara hanyane ke bitse ausi wa hao mo founong.
Mr. Piri then said, just hold on a minute, let me phone call your sister to the phone. Ubaba Mapiri wathi bamba nje kancane ethi ngifonele ethi ngibize usisi wakho la azoba mcini.
Ha ke bua le ausmedi founong o la re ho nna Makhumalo tseleng ke dule ka hona ka moo Makhumalo qeta o tloa.
No.
O tseleng e transport.
It's fine. You had a conversation with your sister. What happened further?
Hulukile ule wa bana le puisano le ausi wa hao wa etsala ang kamera mono.
O la re ke eme ka mo ka roomong ke emele Makhumalo o tseleng e transport.
She then said that I should remain in that room.
Yes, it's fine. What happened further? What she told you is not admissible.
Okay,
what happened further? What did you do?
I then waited until the arrival of Makhumalo.
And who's Makhumalo?
Ntombi Khumalo ke me wa khedi de Zandile Khumalo.
That is Ntombi Khumalo, and that is she's the mother to Zandile Khumalo and Kelly Khumalo. Ntombi Khumalo lona umma waga Kelly Khumalo nayo Zandi Khumalo.
Yes, may proceed.
ukathola pele
ha ba bula mnyako wa casualty mo le re le teng o bane ne se ile nako ba yemi di doctor di emetse ba sa tsebe hore ba etse jwang ne se ile over 15-20 minutes ka ba jotsa hore ba re mo kedi o tseleng e tlang.
Now they opened the door, people were standing there, they didn't know what to do. Makhumalo then eventually arrived. Already Dr. Nedieta John?
Ante re ka mo ka karumong ke ba jotse ke re a nna ke tsebiketse jwang hobane ba itse Makhumalo mo tseleng ke ka kopana konyana.
And while we were still in that room, I said that I don't know what to do now because it was said that Makhumalo is on her way. I'm just asking for a short time.
Karhune si engwe ka mrana ko ke kopa o bitse hobane ke bone Yolanda ile ene ka rona le matla ka gona hore a breake ditaba tse ho bokheni ka re ke kopa di bitse Yolanda.
Now I then said to this nurse, given the fact that I had already realized that Yolanda was somebody that was morally strong, further that she is then will be in a better position to can break the news to the to Kelly and them. I then said that they should call Yolanda.
Haba bula mnyako mo kina ko haba ka balo bitsa Yolanda mme wa Kelly a hlaha mnyako.
Now at that time when they opened the door and they wanted to go fetch or wanted to go call Yolanda, that's when Kelly's mother came in. Manje mabaya ke kuvuleka lo mnyango yobizwa yena lona ke uYolanda, vuleka umnyango kufika umama ka Kelly Makhumalo uyangena umnyango.
Baba bitsa ba le babedi ke ba jotsa ke re ke o mme o lukileng hore aka ba teng kam.
Now they called the both of them and I said to them, this is the relevant person to whom such news can be given or broken to. Manje ngase ngisho kanjalo ke ukuthi nangu-ke umuntu okuyena oqondile okuyena yena ongakwazi ukuthi-ke lezo indaba nitshele yena.
Referring to who?
Unobuwagama Nghe.
Ntombi Khumalo.
I was referring to Ntombi Khumalo. Ukuthi-ke ngangikhuluma ngaye uNtombi Khumalo mangithi uyena-ke umuntu oqondile ukuthi ningakwazi-ke ukuthi nikhulume naye kanye nimtshele lezo indaba.
Yes, may I proceed?
Again, baleke hape bo doctor hona mo
baleke phetsa jo
ntho ke hopolang gore ha kena ka mo ha ba ya straight to the point where ba mo jwetsa hore ha sa di e ka re ba ne ba deka hape ka re ba mo tsosanyana hape.
Now she walked in. If my memory serves me well, they also put some effort, the resuscitative effort, if I am correct, because they were looking for a way to can try and break the news to her. Manje makangena njalo bazama ke ukuthi bamvuselele ngoba ke essentially odokotela ngoba babezama indlela yokuthi bamtshele lo ukuthi sekwenzakaleni.
Ba ile ba feleletsa ba mjetsitse hore ha ba dikile ka hohle ha sa le.
They eventually managed to break the news to her that they tried their best or they tried all. He's no more. Manje bazame konke ke bamtsheli bagcine sebemtshela ukuthi hey bazame konke ebekhona ukuthi bakwenze kodwa ke akasekho useshile.
ela re ha hweletsa
mang ha hweletsa
mme wa Khedi Ntombi a hweletsa kulla ha ya hweletsa.
Well, she blasted into a cry. Could say that she wailed. And I'm referring to Kelly's mother. She's the one that wailed. Wakala ememeza kanjalo.
Ke ha utlwa dibale balla ke nana hore ka baka la hore ba utlwa mo bona hweletsa ke ka mo le bona ba tsibileng bala tseba hore mhlomong ho etsalang ka mokahara ko tswa ha rona he
le bona balla
le bona balla
bese letswa
ga be se re tswa ka moka.
When they heard that wailing from the mother, I think that's how it was decoded to them as something unpleasant, and they started crying as well, and we all then evacuated. Manje mabe ma ekhala kanjalo mama base nabo bayakhala abantu baye bathola ke ngendlela leyo akhale ngakhona kwaba lapho ke sesiphuma sonke.
Hola ba le sephetephete mo le sepetlele haholo bane le di nurse ne di batla ho bude di file.
There was some a commotion of some sort there at the hospital, because even the nurses wanted for the files to be opened as well. Kubena leso nje siphithiphithi kanti nabo nurse babefuna ke ngapha ukuthi kuvulwa ama file.
Ka mo hona le ho thwa go founelwa maponesa hona le maponesa tlameleng ho tla a tlohiswa mo le ho thu.
The police are being phone called that the police should then be directed to the scene of the incident where the shooting took place. Ngapha ke kufonela ke amaphoyisa ukuthi amaphoyisa kumele eze azohanjiswa ayisokhona laphayana endaweni yesigameko sokudubula.
Ho ke hopolang hape go go fona le nako mo founu ya ka ide ya lla a ke araba motho o ne a return a call e a la receiver mo founung ene le ntate Chikotwana.
Now, if I remember well, there is a phone call that I received. It appears the person that was making that phone call onto my phone was returning the initial call that was made from my phone. And then when I picked up the call, it was Mr. Chikotwana who had phone called. Manje ke ngithe kusenjalo ke ngase ngithola ucingo olungena efonini yami. Kanti ke lo muntu befonela ifonini yami kwangathi ke ubephendula uzama ukufonela lo oke wamfonela phambilini esebenzisa yona ifoni yami. Mangiphakamisa ke lolo cingo ngase ngiyathola ukuthi ubaba uChikotwana ofonayo.
Hane a founa jwalo mme re khutletse ka woting ye Senzo ane a le ka ho yona le bo Khedi kaofela batho no so tletse ka mo.
Now, at that stage when that phone call was received, or at the time when he phone called, we had all gone back into the room where Senzo was, and we had all gathered in that same room. Manje ke makungena ke lo cingo sonke sasesi ngaleke khona lapha elokhunjaneni kulelo gumbi la uSenzo ebelele ngakhona sonke sethi sesibuyele khona.
Ke upola Khedi a tsho hore am ka re wa mo director hore re go kae.
I remember that Kelly as though Kelly was directing him as to our whereabouts. Ngikhumbula ngazuthi uKelly ubemcacisela ukuthi sikuphi.
Directing who?
Ntate Chico Twala.
Mr. Chico Twala ube qondisa uba uThwala emtshela ukuthi singakuphi.
Hobane o la fihla ka yona nako eo hona mo.
Because he eventually arrived at that time, and I can see there's a demonstration with a hand signaling more or less at that time. He eventually arrived. Manje uke wafika ke ngazo zona lezo inkathi egcineni lo baba uChico Twala.
Kelly na la hloka re batla go tsamaya same night go ya go habo Senzo.
Kelly was bitterly crying that night, and she said that she wanted to go to Senzo's parental home that night.
It's fine, she was crying. Then what happened further? You may not disclose what she was saying.
Ba la founela maponesa fihla nna ke deka tsamaya le Makhumalo.
They phone called the police. Upon the arrival of the police, I went together with Makhumalo.
Ntombi Khumalo raya.
Ntombi Khumalo. Laya.
Raya habo Kelly Khumalo montwe e etsaetseng teng.
We went to Kelly Khumalo's parental house where this incident had taken place.
Just a minute.
Saya ke mina no Ntombi Khumalo maka Kelly. Saya ka Kelly la isigameko senzekele khona.
Sorry, just a minute before you proceed to say, at some point there in the emergency room, they were looking for someone to come to give the details of the deceased.
Wa hopela hore hona mane ka emergency room ba ne ba batla ho fana ka tlhaiso leseding e itseng maelana le yena mofu.
Ke hopola ke ne ke tshwere form eo ke tlatsa empa form eo ha ne ke tlatsa jwalo e ya sepetlele ne ke nka information ya teng ho Kelly hobane a ke mtsebe nna motho o.
I remember taking or finishing some form with information, and that information was provided to me by Kelly because I didn't know all the information which was needed from that form that I should provide.
Did you eventually complete that form?
I'm not
white letter form.
I hope you did kai complete kaofela but ke ka fana ke ntse ke tlatsa.
I don't remember completing that form, even though I was finishing the information on that form. Perhaps partly I finished the information on the form, but I did not. I cannot remember entirely completing that form. Angikhumbuli ke ngigcwalisa ke le form ngaze ngaqeda ukugcwalisa ngayo yonke imininingwane eyayidingeka lapho kuleyo form. Kodwa ngiyakhumbula ke ngingagcwalisa ke lapho.
And how did you and Makhumalo leave the hospital?
When I Makhumalo la tsama la tloa jwang hospital.
Re tluile ka mabaka o re tshwantse re ne re tsamaise maponesa a balare ba ka se. There was something emane ba tlamile o etsa sepetlele empa bana wa ka se yetse before ba thola maponesa fihla mo ho etsaetseng thunyahalo eo.
Now, what led to us leaving the hospital was the fact that there is some information that needed to be investigated or that needed to be collected at the scene of the incident before they can subsequently then finish the hospital with some of the information as well. So we were going to be directing the police to the house where the incident had taken place. Manje ngikhumbula ukuthi ke ukusuka kwethu lapho bekukhona ukuthi sihambe samaphoyisa ngoba kwakhona ke imininingwane ethize yayifuneka khona lapho esibhedlela eyayincike ekutheni siqale siye lapha yana ke endaweni yesigameko okuqala.
Did the police then arrive at the hospital?
Ma polisa ilafihla ku hospital.
ala fihla ka bongata.
Many police officers arrived at the hospital. Amaphoyisa amaningi aya afika khona lapho esibhedlela.
But you and Khumalo, how did you leave the hospital? How did you travel from the hospital?
Gore le tsamaile ka eng ka pole tsamaile gore le tsamaile jwang ho ya le tloa sepetlele ho ya moneng ya pele?
Re tsamaile ka koloi ya maponesa.
We traveled with the police motor vehicle. Sisuke lapho esibhedlela ngemoto yamaphoyisa.
What time did you leave the hospital?
Le tlile kana komang sepetlele?
Akusatse banako.
I cannot recall the time. In fact, I no longer know the time. I no longer know the time that we had left the hospital.
Aka ihlokomela nako ntate, aka isheba lo isheba nako kana ko niksa shebe nako.
I did not even take notice of the time. During that time, I wasn't checking the time.
Yes.
Manje ke azange ngisibheke nesikhathi. Ngaleso sikhathi ke bengingaqaphele isikhathi bengingaloko ngibheke isikhathi.
And this vehicle of the police, what type of vehicle was it?
Inele koloi ejwang yamapolisa.
In other words, was it an official vehicle, clearly marked, or what was the position?
Ine makiwe ha ke hopona.
If I remember well, it was marked. Mangikhumbula ke yayi fakwe laoma impawu zamaphoyisa.
Yes. And where were they from?
Nebatswa kae?
Ke sa tsebeng hore maponesa na tswa kae.
I am unsure about where they were coming from. Actually, I don't know where the police were coming from.
Yes, you may proceed.
Angazi ukuthi amaphoyisa lawa ke abe qhamuka kuphi.
Ridara kena ka koloi o ya maponesa le Khumalo.
Myself and Khumalo went into that police vehicle. Mina ke no Khumalo sangena leyo moto ya maphoyisa.
Ho fihla ha bokhedi Khumalo mo
up to the parental house to Khumalo where the shooting incident took place. Ukufika khona laphana kabo Khumalo lapho isigameko sokudubula esenzekele khona.
Ke hopola re kena ka hare ka tlung.
I remember us walking into the house or getting into the house. Ngikhumbula singena endlini.
Ke hopola sale re dutse ka kamoreng he ho tloa mo ho na le nako mo re ding ka tswa re lo batla ke lo ga metsi ka kitchening.
Remember that we spent some reasonable time inside of the bedroom, and further that there was a stage where I walked out of the bedroom into the kitchen to go get some water, scoop some water from the kitchen. Ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi kwakhona nje isikhathi lapho khona nje isikhashana esahlala ngase gumbini lokulala emva kwesikhashana ke aphuma mina ngaya ngase kitchen ngokha amanzi.
Ona le mo ona le katiba nyana ke sa hopoleng hore ne tswa kae katiba ya teng e brown nyana ka rena le bo white.
There was a stage where I saw some brownish kind of a head that had the combination was brown and white, or whether it was spotted with white, but it was brown and there was some white in it, or a tinge of white. Manje ke ngikhumbula ukuthi khona isigqoko nje esasi brown nje sinobumhlophe nyana nje.
Where did you see it?
Wile bayibona kae katiba e?
Aksa hopola hantle but ke hopola ekare Khumalo ona o la itshwara re ke katiba ya o mong wa bona ena pero ke o mong wa bona Ntombi Khumalo
I do not remember exactly where I saw it, but I remember that Khumalo was holding that head, and she said that here is the head that one of them was
just a minute. The head was in the position of Khumalo. Where was Khumalo at that point?
Khumalo natswere katiba ona lo kae kana go eo.
a ke sa hopola hantle hore o na le ka ntle kapa ka hare ka tlung.
I cannot remember clearly whether she was outside or inside of the house. Angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ube ngaphandle noma ube ngaphakathi endlini.
Yes.
Engwe ya ntho tse ke di hopolang e ke hopolang ho kare ke bone ke walking stick.
One of the other items that I recall that I had seen it's a walking stick.
Where did you see it?
Will I bona kai?
Ne ile ka kitchen.
It was in the kitchen. Enye yezinto engicabanga ukuthi engikhumbula kwangathi ngike ngayibona udondolonyana nje lwaluse kitchen ngenkathi ngibona.
Yes, where in the kitchen?
Ka kitchen.
Pela raka pela mnyako ha ke hopola hantle.
Close to the kitchen unit and also close to the door, if I remember well. Uthi khona lapha eduze nje ne cupboard lase kitchen nomnyango futhi.
Yes.
Ha ke lo khametse.
As I went to go scoop the water,
ba ntse ba le busy maponisa ntse checka mo.
The police were busy checking there, investigating there.
Manje
mangihamba mina ke yokha amanzi amaphoyisa beloko ebusy nyana khona lapha beloko echecka lapho.
Hona le ntho engwe ke neng ka ibona mo fatshe ke re a se yona ntho ile batlang na.
There is one item that I saw on the floor, and I inquired, isn't this the item that you are actually looking for? Kukhona ke into engiyibona phansi. Ngase ngiyababuza ngithi akuyikho lokho eniloko nikufuna na.
Ene le silvanyana je ekare ke steel nyana ntho teng ha o sheba ka lihlo.
Now it was silverish in color, a steel silverish kind of an object, and I can see that the witness is also demonstrating with her fingers more or less the size of that thing that she identified.
Yes, can you that size? Just put that on record.
Ene si telele ntate ne di nyane nyana je.
It wasn't long. More or less, this is the size that is now demonstrated by the witness. About 2 centimeters from where I'm standing, if I can estimate. Ibingekho yinto lento lena ke. Ibinganyana nje lento lena. Ngendlela mina ke engiyibona ngakhona ngutoliki njena ngazuthi ama centimeter nje amabili.
Where did you see it?
Ene le khona mo ka kitchening.
It was right there in the kitchen on the floor. Ibikhona khona lapho ngase kitchen phansi.
Yes.
Ukathola pele hemme.
Nkile ka khametse ka khutlela hape ka moreng e shebileng monyako.
I scooped the water and went back into the bedroom that was facing ine shebile monyako.
Enele haufi le kitchen ka mora ya teng.
Ine shebile ka kitchen. Enele haufi ka ine shebile kitchen.
Ine shebile kitchen ka mo ka kitchen. Ha o kena ke sa rona le ka more pele ho bathroom. Ake hopola hanyane.
That bedroom was actually facing the kitchen. If I remember clearly, as you just walk into the house, into the kitchen, the first door on your right, and there's a bedroom in there, which was, if I remember clearly, it was facing the kitchen. Lelo camera ke la le konde ngase kitchen. Ese mangiceda ke ukukhamanzi ngaya kulo lelo camera liseduze. Okanye elalkonde libheke ngase kitchen amanye manje.
Esale ke dutse ka mo ho fitlela o fitla mapolisa mangata.
I sat in there for quite some time until the arrival of many police officers. Ngahlala ke ngakulelo gumbi ke kwaze kwafika amaphoyisa amaningi.
We just want to show you certain photos of Exhibit C.
tla bontsha fela dinepe tse itseng tsa karolo ya bopaki le exhibit C.
Photo 4 of exhibit C. Photo 5. Photo 5.
Yes, never said 5 saying.
Photo 5. Or photo 6.
Never said
Photo 6.
Never said 6 saying.
Can you use that photo to illustrate your evidence?
This is the very head that I saw, and the light is pointing at that head that is depicted or detailing the picture. And there's a crutch there that is also being pointed at. This is also the same crutch that I've referred to, which I had witnessed in that scene. I can't see clearly around that crutch what is happening there. At that center there, even there, I don't know what is happening there. I can't see clearly what is happening there.
The steel object that you referred to, can you just indicate more or less where it was?
What more?
Yes, we just want to come closer to the screen.
No. There's that little steel item over there. I can't see clearly.
Yes.
These are the very items that I had seen there.
Yes, you say lots of police arrived, and what happened further?
Orobile wa fihla maponesa a mangata wa etsalang ka mora moo. After a while, those that were at the hospital then arrived. Emva kwesikhatshana laba besesibhedlela baphinde bafika. I remember that these or this big group of police officers that had arrived. They were already starting to interview them, and they had put them in another bedroom interviewing them.
Interviewing who?
I remember that I had seen Longwe. They say this particular person that I had seen that night, it was Longwe.
And then
Tumelo as well was interviewed. Kanye no Tumelo ke wase ubuzwa imibuzo. Longwe no Tumelo babuzwa imibuzo. They were interviewed in that very bedroom. Babebuzelwa ngakulelo gumbi lokulala. Leyo bedroom enkuma ngayo. Well, I wouldn't say much about others. I do not remember seeing Thokozisi at that stage when we were already from the hospital. I do not recall seeing Mthokozisi there. Angikhumbuli ngimbona lo Mthokozisi ngaleso sikhathi sesiqhamuka khona le esibhedlela.
Yes, may proceed.
Ukathola phela.
Maponesa ho se ho ba se ba tshentse di in ba checkile ntho tse ba checkang tse ba ne ba di checka, then le ba maponesa mangata tsamaidi bo khedi ba la tsamaya ba re ha ba roba le montlong go tsamaya rona le rona montlong.
Now, after this group of police officers that had inspected the area, and as well as the big group of these police officers had left, Kelly and them also left. They said that they are not going to be sleeping over in that house. And then that is when we also left the house. Remember ukuthi ke lamaphoyisa ke bekhona ukuzohlola leyo ndawo ke asehambile nalawa ke amaningi eze kuyisiqhu nje samaphoyisa siwahambile abokheli ke basebethi bona bayahamba nathi ke sasisithi ngoba bathi bona ngeke bakwazi ukuyolala lapho kuleyo ndlu nathi sasisithi ke hayi nathi siyahamba sasiyahamba.
Yes.
That's
when we left and went home. And the following day,
already after 12.
Now, if I remember well, upon arrival at home, it was already after 12 of the morning. Bese sekushayeke u12 o'clock bese sikuntathakuza. The police arrived at home in the morning. They said that they have come to fetch me so that I can finish them with a statement at Foslores. Manje ke base bangitshela lokho ke ukuthi bazongilanda kanjalo ukuthi ngiyo phana ke nge-statement sami khona laphana Foslores.
Yes.
I eventually went there to Foslores. I was interviewed and I replied the way that I could reply.
Was the statement then taken from you?
Yes, a statement was taken from me. Statement bastata.
Was it the only statement that you made?
Statement no.
Yes.
Statement
oh, lava listening happen ki interview ake sending ki butelis
kena na interview
kena na nka statement ko Don Park Sabubiti
okay
Don Park police station.
Yeah, the second statement was finished to the SAPS official called Butelezi. That was done at the Don Park police station. This is now the second statement that I am referring to. Statement lesesbini sanikezwa yena ke lona obizwa ngoButelezi khona lapha police station yase Don Park.
More or less, when was that?
In Kabona Komangchena.
When was that? Which year?
In Kabo Ning.
Aksa hopola selem but inele ka mora dilemo ntwe statements of qala seng give.
Well, I cannot recall the year. It could have been after some time, after the first statement was finished. It was actually after some years, after the first statement was made. Bengaba mhlambe emva kweminyaka nje angisakhumbuli kahle emva ukuthi ke ngiphane ngestatement sokuqala.
Now, ma'am, if we can just briefly return to the time when you and Yolanda Nota were in the vehicle.
Kana gana mo ilong perwena li Yolanda Nota neleng kama koloing na kere. Ro khutlela mona. Understand? Yes. Tige yabo ngiyazwisisa ukuthi so uyela nje kamuvanyana kancane lapho mina no Yolanda bese motweni.
Yes. You mentioned that first there was a shot rang off and a person ran past, and you've described that person. You mentioned that the second shot rang off and two persons ran past towards the park. Are you able to describe those two persons?
Wa hopola hore wile taba ene hore situnya se sala sa khabula fetola pele ba le motho a fetang amata sala fetola bedi bile le motho batho ba babedi ba leng ba feta ba mata mona. O santsaneng o hopola o ka kgona go fana ka setshwantsho sa bona batho bao?
Ke hopola o wa qala o na le mosesanenyana but a se motelele a le mokhutswane.
Now I remember the very first person that ran past was not tall. He was short, also with a leaner physique or a slimmer physique. Lomnye wokuqala wandlula lapho ube mfishanyana nje ube ngekho mude futhi ubethe ukuzaca naye ngomzimba.
Is there the person who ran past alone?
Ki o fitile ngamathala. That very first one who ran past alone. Lo wokuqala ke ondlule lapho egijima yedwa.
Yes, and the other two?
Bana bababedi babang
wabobedi o ne a ke mhopola ana le ona le mahareng ona se na mmele ona se stola a le mahareng fela empa ona ntse ona na le di dreadlocks
ho bana bababedi. Of the two, one of them was not big in terms of the physique. He was neither lean as well. He was of an average height, and I remember that he had dreadlocks. Ube ngekho mude bese maphakathini nje ngobude kanti futhi ke ubenga zacile futhi engekho sidudla uye lona ke obefake ama okanye obenama dreadlocks.
Are you able to describe those dreadlocks?
Wa khona ho re hlalosetsa tsona di dreadlocks tseno?
Ho re ke bere ke di dreadlocks so when hana matha ne di ono bona mo mirering di but ubane ba fitile ka everything happened so quick. Nka se chore ine le tsetinya ka ba tse kutswa tse jwang but no bona hore tse ke di dreadlocks ha a matha monga tsona.
Well, what makes me say that those were the dreadlocks were that as this particular person was running, they were sort of frequently flung into the air, and the witness is now trying to demonstrate with her hand as to how the dreadlocks were flung into the air as he was running. And this running was quick, so I couldn't take a very attentive look as to the very structure of those dreadlocks.
Yes. And second,
undlule gijima kanjalo lezo inelo beziloko zenza kanjena ke yikhona lokho okwangenza ukuthi ngisho ukuthi no ube nama dreadlocks. Futhi angikho assessment sokuthi ngaqaqisa ke ukuthi beka ama dreadlocks anjani ngoba ke lokho kwenzeke nje ngokusheshsha.
And the second person?
Motho wa bobedi akere ba babedi. Wa pele
ufitile jwale ba babedi ke yo wa di-dreadlocks a ba siane hole le o na le mmelenyana mo tenya o na kentse ntho ena e kentse e ne na le katiba tjentate ka mo ka morao hudinyana.
Now this other one, who was slightly bigger in physique, but they did not outrun each other. They almost ran side by side, even though there was, with the demonstration of the fingers of the witness, that there was one that was a little in front of the other, and that very one, with that bigger physique, had a hoodie on his head. Long lisage omunye wesibili obehamba naloyana ke wama-dreadlocks ubefake ke ilokho njani ihoodie la ekhanda lo ngathi ke ubecishe abe nomzimbanyana nje
le ka height na le motelelenyana ho ba compared to ba babedi ba nse ke bile ka bona.
And with the height as well, he was taller. He was taller than the other two that I've already referred to. Manje nagobude ube mude ukundlula lababili esengikhulume ngabo.
Yes. Any other description you can give?
There isn't any other description that I can do. Akukho kunye or enye incazelo esinye isithombe engaphana ngaso esimayelana ke nalabalisa.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Any questions, sir?
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I see it's 10 to, perhaps if you put agenda and come back at 10 to 2. Or 2, Mr. Banoi says 2 o'clock.
How's that?
Mr. Banoi says we can zoom at 2.
2 o'clock, okay, fine. Since the junior. Okay, still on the oath name.
Witness reminded of the oath, my lord.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. May I proceed?
Yes.
Now, good afternoon, Ms. Mukiku.
Guardi medicine. Guardi medicine, thank you. Reciprocated.
Now, let's get this clear. From your vantage point, as you see the people running, you are seated in the backseat of your friend's car behind her, correct?
O dutse ka mone ka morao student sa koloi ya mogotsi wa hao. Ke nnete?
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Weqiniso. Benhleli ngasemuva, lesihlalo singasemuva, kule moto lena yomngani wami.
And you say the first man that you see running past the car happens so after you hear a loud bang, correct?
Ore motho ona mmona a feta a matha wa pele. O mmona feta a matha ka morago go ba o utlwe sethunya se gabola. Kgetlo la pele.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Yebo kuyinto lokho. Lo mlisa wokuqala engimbone endlule egijima laphana. Ngimbone endlule egijima kanjalo emva kokuthi sikhuluma isibhamu okokuqala.
And this first man or person that you see running is running away with his back from you, correct?
I guess.
He's facing away from you as he runs.
Manje ke uma egijima kanjalo tshwarelo monna ona ha matha tjena o matha tjena e le hore mokokotlo wa hae o furalletse o jwalo.
Ho jwalo.
It is indeed so.
And your further testimony is that he is running very fast towards the park, correct?
Le hore o ne a matha ka lebelo le hodimo a matha a ya parking. Ke nnete?
Ho jwalo.
It is indeed so. Yebo kuyinto lokho shuthi ke uma egijima kanjalo umhlane ube bhekene nami kanti ke okanye ube qonde ngakimi futhi ke ugijima kanjalo ubheke kule ya park.
Now, what was lighting like or illumination like in the streets at the time at around 8 o'clock or at past 8 as you testified?
Ke kapo ho bonahala khanya ene le jwang kana ko eno ha o lo se le gore nako ene ka ba ka bo 8 ya bosigo.
Nkare ho no se le fifi hakalo.
Would say that it wasn't that dark. Ngasho ngithi kwakungekho mnyama kakhulu.
What I need to find out is were the street lights on at the time?
Ntse ke le ka ngifumana gore ebe ho nona le mabono mono a strateng aneng a gantsitse ka king ene etsa gore go ganye mono.
Ke sare di Apollo ne di le on.
I think the Apollo lights were on. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ama Apollo abe cancel lapho.
And by Apollo you mean this tall cast light that is placed in the township separately from each other at some distance from each other. Is that so?
Bua ka di Apollo bua ka mabona ona ano a jwala ba ngwana mane makation ama telele ha di tjena a leng hore a arohantse.
Ho jwalo.
That is correct. Ngikhuluma ngama Apollo ngikhuluma ngazo okanye lawo malayithi ke athe ukuphakama kakhulu lawo wathola khona la emalokishi enye uzothola lapha yana enye uthola lapha yana ma Apollo elana.
Now relative to Mzamo section and in particular Kutlanong Street, where was the Apollo situated?
ine lo kae Apollo a holo re shebile Kutlwanong Street hona mane Mzamo
ntlo ko hae ka Kutlwanong Street mo ntlo ya ko hae leng ko teng ha hona Apollo mo empa ka Khanya yona iteng hona mo ke sa tsebeng haibe ke Apollo e hobane e telele e reflectelang le di trateng tse ding a ke tsebe o ke dilaetse maybe tse tswang metseng e mo haufinyana a ke tsebe.
Now along Kutlwanong Street, that is where my place of residence is, there isn't any Apollo light. However, there was some luminaire which one could not perhaps identify. I would think that it could have been an Apollo light that was illuminating that vicinity, even though it was not in the same street, or it could have been the lights perhaps that were mounted on the houses within the same street there. I am uncertain about that. Manje ngase Kutlwanong Street kuthi kona lapho kuleso sala ngihlala khona ngasho ukuthi iApollo ayikho ngalapho kodwa ke bakhona ukukhanya nje kwangathi ke ukukhanya okukhanyisa khona leyo ndawo yase street leso saseKutlwanong mhlambe kwakuyiyo leyo Apollo kanti ke okunye nganokwenzeka ukuthi kukhona amanye amalampi abese endlini mhlambe abenza ukuthi ke leyo ndawo ikhanya.
Now in her evidence Zandile Khumalo testified about a spaza shop nearby. Do you know about that spaza shop?
Zandile wela bua ka bopakimba ha wela bua ka spaza shop se le haufinyana hona mono nkabe o a tseba ka sona spaza shop seno?
Di spaza shop se teng ka Kutlwanong Street.
There is a tuck shop or a spaza shop in that Kutlwanong Street. Yebo I tuck shop ikona khona lapho ngakuleso strato se Kutlwanong.
Now, since this was a Sunday evening around 8 p.m., were there still people milling around on Kutlwanong Street?
Jwalo ka ha re tseba hore ene le Sontaha e le bosibu ebe no hona le batho ba nentse ba tsamatsamaya hona mo strateng sa Kutlwanong.
Hono se busy strateng aka phea hloko aka nkela hloko hore spaza nona le batho na kapa empa no sna batho ba fetang mo koloing la koloi ene ke dutse ho yona.
It wasn't busy in that street. There weren't many people that were walking past or that were just frequenting this the spot where the vehicle was parked at. And I also didn't pay that much of the attention as far as the tuck shop is concerned, whether many people at the tuck shop or how about the tuck shop.
Ka hlokomela tuck shop ba ne ke ka koloing ke na le motswalle wa ka fela.
Okay. Yes, I didn't pay that much of the attention at the tuck shop because I was inside of the vehicle with my friend to get bengekho busy kangako. Futhi bengekho abantu abaningi abebehamba nje eduze nala imoto ibepake khona kanti ke i-tuck shop okanye ispaza shop azange ngibeke amehlo wami kuso kangako ngoba phela ke bengasemotweni nomngani wami.
Now your further testimony is that after a few seconds you then heard the second loud bang, correct?
Bo paking ba ha ntso tsola pele ka bona ke gore camera metsotsona e mmalwa wa utlwa se thunya se khabola kgetlo la bobedi be ke nnete.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Yebo emba kwemzuzwana embalwa ngase ngizwa ke ukuchuma kwesibhamu futhi ke sasesichuma okwesibili.
Roughly after how many seconds did you hear the second bang, between the first bang and the second bang?
Laba kamera metsotswana e mekae o tloa ho kgetlo la pele ha sethunya se ne se kgabola?
A ke kgone ho bolela hantle hore ka mora nako e kakang, empa ke ka mora metsotsonyana fela ka mora sa pele se ile sa lla. Se sa bobedi le sona se ile sa latela ka bo haufinyana, se ke se utlwela haufinyana le mo ke dutseng teng.
Ha o kgone ho tswela ka metsotsone kae?
Nka se kgone, but it was, if I can say 30 minutes ngata, mhlomong boma 15, mhlomong boma 15 a ke se phoso.
Se gabotse kgetlo la pele ba feta metsotso e ka bang 15 kapo metsotswana e leng di second metsotso e ka bang 15 mohlomong
it nearly after metsotso
e ka bang 15
e ka bang boma 10 15 aksa hopola hantle.
It wasn't necessarily after a few seconds. It was after some minutes. The first bang was heard, and then about 10 to 15 minutes passed. Then there was the second bang. So it wasn't necessarily, I am unsure though, it could have been between 10 to 15 minutes interval between the first and the second shot. Manje usho kanjalo ke bengikhona ke imizuzwane yandlula emva kokuthi kube nokuxhuma kwesibhamu okokuqala kundlule imizuzu ngahlamsela mhlambe ngithi khona laphana imizuzu engaba ewu10 ukuya kumizuzu ewu15 saseke isibhamu siqhuma okwesibili.
Now, your further testimony is that when this second bang went off, you then saw two other men running past the car, headed also in the direction of the park, correct?
Yaba he kamera ho ba hotle sethunya sena se kgabole kgetlo la bobedi o bona batho ba babedi ba feta ba matha banna ba babedi ba feta ba matha. It is indeed so. Yeah, but waiting so local.
And finally, after those two other men had passed, ran towards the park, you then had a third shot, correct?
Hase ba fitile ba matha ba ya ba shebile parking kwana ke ha utlwa sethunya se kgabola kgetlo la boraro.
Hoja. It
is so. Yebo masebandluleke sebe yabebheke khona lapha nokuya beqonde eparking lamadoda amabini ngase ngizwa ke isibhamu siphinde sichuma okwesithathu manje.
Now, after the third bang, did you see any persons running towards the park?
Kamora khetlo la boraro sethunya selile. Kamora kgetlo la boraro sethunya selile ebe hona le motho mong hape o le mmona a feta a matha. No, akekho ke omnye umuntu engengambona emva kokuthi ke isibhamu sichume okwesithathu akekho omnye ke engengambona endlula egijima.
Now, what was the time lapse, the difference in time that lapsed between the second and the third shots?
Onkile nako e kae ho tloa kgetlong la bobedi sethunya se kgabola ho fihla kgetlong la boraro ha se kgabola ebile nako e kae mo?
Ne di sa siane hole hakana ne nka tshoro mhlomong ka mora metsotswana ka mora di seconds nka tsho
ka mora di seconds. The interval was even shorter. I can estimate that it was seconds after a few seconds. Manje ke leso sikhathi phakathi kokuxhuma kwesibini nokuxhuma kwesithathu kwaba isikhashana esincanyana. lapho ke sesikhuluma ngemizuzwana embalwa.
Now I want to put some propositions to you, and I'll seek your comment thereon, if you can comment at all.
Ona le ditlhaiso tse ke tlo di beyang ho wena me ke tla hloka gore mohlomong ho be le ho itseng o leng hore wa ho bua mabapi le seo ha be o wa khona ya utlwahala ke I understand.
My first proposition to you is that the 3 males that you had after the first and the second shots went off may not be connected to each other or may not even know each other.
The 3 men that she had?
Yes, the 3 males. The first one
that she had?
That she saw, sorry. Okay. The ones that you saw may not be connected to each other or may not know each other.
Bana ba bararo ba ileng wa bona a ke rola feta wa pele wa ha feta ba babedi ke batho ba ileng hore ha ba amani ka mpo wena o beng wa ba bona ka teng
ke sa tsebeng.
I am unsure about that. Manje angasoke isiqiniseko sokuthi labantu abathathu njengoba oqala wandlule egijima kwase kulandela ababini bandlula begijima angeke ngisho ukuthi mhlawumbe baqinile anginaso isiqiniseko salokho.
Secondly, the 2 men, like you testified that people were running around having had the shots, may also have been running for their safety.
Sabube ngure batho bana bababedi ba neng ba matha ne ka be ba matha tsena le bona ba matha hore ba fumane tshireletsego jalo ka ha o ile wa hlalosa le wena hore hona le batho ba neng ba matha ka ba phasalla ka re ba batla go fumana tshireletsego.
As a quick please, Malot, I know we've allowed the first question, but these are matters for argument. I don't know if this witness can really assist in this regard.
I don't know where he's getting to. So this witness's evidence is very clear. He saw 3 men. Initially, the first gentleman, who was a bit slimmer, running fast towards the side of the park. And subsequently, saw 2 men. One with dreadlocks, one with a hoodie. That's the clear evidence. If you want to relate it to time and suppositions and speculations, fine.
Manot, let's leave that for argument for the sake of brevity. Now, the 3 men that you saw running past the car, did you look at their faces?
The 3 men. The 3 men, counsel? The 3 men?
Yes, the 3.
Joale, bana ba bararo, ba o ileng wa bona ba feta ba matha pela koloi le ka haro yona. O ile wa kgona go bona difahlego tsa bona?
Che.
I couldn't see their faces. Azange ngibabone ebusweni futhi la madoda amathathu andlule egijima khona lapha kule moto enganguyo.
And if I may ask you, did you see where the 3 men came running from?
Hanka o botsa ebe wile wa bona hore banna ba tsule ba matha ba tswa kae. Tulo e kgethileng. Not at all. Not at all. Futhi azange ngibone ukuthi la madoda abe eqhamuka kuphi njengoba abegijima kanjalo.
And do you know why they were running?
Wa tseba hore baneng ba ne ba matha? No, I don't know why they were running. Angazi ukuthi babe gijimelane.
And as the 3 men are running, the first one, let's start with him. Did you see where he ended up, the direction he took towards the park? Where did he go? Into the park or somewhere else?
Aba feta ba matha jwalo bana haholo ona wa pele. Go ila mona hore o ila fella a le kae. Jwalo ka hana matha shebile parking je hore o ile a kena ka parkeng kapo o ile a fihla haufi le parkeng kapo o ile a fella ka
ka mokgona mathaka teng ona ya go how fitla pele man ya splitter tsela eje then ke park e kaofela ke feleleditse a mathela gona mo tlase ke sa tsebeng hore teng ha ya ka o left a ke tsebe hore o kene ka parking kapa o kene ka ho right.
Now just towards the park, the road then forks at the park there, and or the street just forks at the park. What I am certain of is that that person did not run to his left, but I would think that he may have run into the park or may have taken the right hand side. And sorry. Manje ushuthelma le ndoda ngobe igijima kanjena. Kambe lapha yana ke ngalo mgaqo kanye ngakuleso strato. Khona ke ilokho njalo ipark kanjalo. Leso strato siyahlukana. Engwaziyo ke lo mlisa azange akathathe esesinene. Kunokwenzeka ukuthi mhlambe uye wathatha okanye wangena ngaphakathi kwaleyo park okanye wathathe sokudla.
And did you observe the clothing worn by the first man?
O ile wa khona o hlokomela diaparo tse neng di apere ke monna wa pele? I did not. Tika azange ngibone ukuthi lo mlisa wokuqala ube egqoke kanjani.
And the clothing worn by the second man that you observed? Jwale diaparo tsa motho wa bobedi o ileng wa mo hlokomela o ile wa khona go di bona tsona? No, I did not. I only was able to observe the third one's clothing or how he was clad. Manje nalo wesibini impahla zakhe ingubo abeyigqokile azange kwazi ukuthi ngiqaphele kangako. Ilona owesithathu engikwazile ukuthi ngiqaphele ukuthi ubeyigqoke kanjani. Now your testimony is that having observed what you saw on the 26th of October 2014, you were then called to Fosloras police station to come and make a statement, correct?
Kamera ho ba he o bone ka bo bepaki ya se etsahetseng ka di 26 October 2014 ya ba wa bitswa he police station ya ko Fosloras. Udalo? It is so. Yebo kweqiniso emva kokuthi ke ngikwazi ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani ke 26 October 2014 ngase ngibizelwa ke police station yase Fosloras.
There and then on the 27th of October 2014, when you were interviewed by the police in respect of making the statement and what you put on that statement, did you give a physical description, facial description, and or clothing description of the three men that you saw the previous night?
Kari 27th October 2014, I'll be to a police station in here, or Namani Fosloras, o Maponesa, I'll be to Chena, Elohore, o 20 Jale Ofane, Ka Taluse, so Jaloka Ofanaka statement. Ya bona bana ba shebala jwang ba pere jwang jalo jwang.
Ntho ke hopolang gore a ke fana ka statement ke fane ke ha o botswa dipotso o tlo araba ka mkho o tlo araba ho ya ka mkho o botswang dipotso ka teng.
Now one thing that I would wish to emphasize now is that whenever you are interviewed or questions are posed to you, you are going to be answering based on those questions, or the lineup of questions which they are having will then guide you as to how you should answer or provide information to them. Manje ke engikwaziyo nje mina ukuthi uma ke ubuzwa imibuzo uyakwazi ukuthi uphendule okanye uphane ngalolu lwazi abalufunayo kuncike ekutheni babuza miphi imibuzo.
Now you testified that after hearing the third shot, you then heard Zandi screaming, and by then she was still in her yard, closer to the precast hall, screaming at you to say, Ntabiseng, call the ambulance, correct?
Utsho jwalo gore o ile wa utlwa Zandi a o beletsa jwalo ka morago ba sethunya se gabolele kgetlo la boraro a eme hona mane stop nonsense sa lapeng habo are o thusetse mono can you just quote what did she say again?
Call the ambulance.
Are bitsa ambulance. That is indeed so. Yebo kunjalo emva ukuthi isibhamu sichume okwesithathu ngase ke ngizwa lona ke ememeza uZandi eme khona lapha yana ke stop nonsense sakubo athi Ntabiseng biza i-ambulance.
Now Zandile Khumalo has testified in this court, and in particular relating to that aspect of your testimony, and I'm going to put her version that she put regarding that to you now.
Zandile wila fana ka baki ba ha ko la dinyewe mona me he re be go wena ka po ke tlo hlalosetsa ka po o tsela pele ka tlhatlhobo ena ya bopaki ba hao ke sebedisa bona bopaki bona bono ba Zandile ya utlwala. I understand.
Now, her testimony with regard to that aspect is the following: that she was unable to call or dial 10111 or the police.
Oriana, bopaki ba hae wila solea gore phonele 10111 ka mapolisa.
I ke tsebe yena o la etsahalang saiteng la hae empa ena ke hopolang kore o hweleditse sa le ka jareteng pele a tla tswa ka heke ya habo a mathela koloing ene ke ditso yona.
Now I wouldn't know what was happening with her. What I know is that she screamed at me she loudly called me while she was still in the yard of her place of residence, before she could even come to the vehicle. Manje lokho ke engikwaziyo mina ukuthi ke kwaphela ke lokho akushoyo akusikhona enginesiqiniseko sakho ukuthi uye wangimemeza lapha yana kubo andokuba mhlambe ezofika khona la emotweni.
She testified further that when she then decided to go outside to look for help, and she decided to go to Mapiri's house.
Ya ba nka qeto ya gore a tsole ka ntle ya lo batlana le thuso me khabareng a fitla ha Mapiri aya ha Mapiri.
Eki tsebantata Zandi ha tswa hekeng ya habo o mathi o hweleditsa le ka hare a re ke founele ambulance Senzo o thuntse ke ha tsho a tla matha jwalo o tla matha a tswa ka heke a mathela koloing.
Now what I am certain of is she called out loud and said that I should phone call the ambulance whilst running towards the vehicle. That is what I am sure. Tike mina ngikwaziyo nje ukuthi uZandi kume kubo engimemeza kanjalo egijima eza emotweni ethi mangifonele i-ambulance. Can I just proceed further?
Ki kene le yena 13439 ha Maphiri ke matha le yena re matha mmoho ke tshwese ke nkile ngwana ke matha le yena re kena ka jareteng re dithu.
Now, I got into the premises of the Maphiris, 13349, running together with her, and during that time I was carrying a baby, so the two of us ran into the Maphiris house. Manje ke ngingene lapho kaMaphiri, so babini sigijima singena lelo gceke la kaMaphiri. Mina ke ngangivele ngikuka ingane la kumina.
She further testified that she saw the car parked outside and she saw you in that car, that you were talking to someone else in that car.
Ariana he we bone koloi ene pakile mono le gore wena o no dutse ka haro koloi ene ibile o ntse bua le motho ka haro koloi. Unfortunately, I cannot speak on behalf of Zandi.
Towards the car.
What I can recall is that she called out loud and she came running towards the vehicle. And two of us ran together into Mapiri's yard. She did not leave me outside of the yard of the Maphiris. Uzileke sagijima sobabili sangena lapana kwa Maphiri. Ilokho ngikwazi memezile weza egijima kimi. Sobabili sangena kuleyo charity Maphiri.
And when I asked her, why didn't you ask for help there and then from the people at the car, she said the following.
Jwale ite ha ke mo botsa hore o baneng wile wa kopa thuso hona mono go batho ba neng ba le. Why didn't she ask, or why did she ask?
Why didn't she ask for help?
Thank you. O baneng o sa ka ba kopa thuso ho batho ba neng ba le ka koloi wile araba ka tsela e tjena.
She said that I am not used to Ntabiseng.
Ariana ha tloela Ntabiseng. O tshilo jwalo ha sa araba na ka tloela Ntabiseng.
Ke bofakazi ba hae nka se kgone mo buella.
That is her evidence. I cannot speak on her behalf. Manje bofakazi bakhe lokho angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngimkhulumele.
She further said, I decided to go and ask Maphiri because she's my mother's friend.
Re ha tsola pele ke ha ke nka qeto ya hore ke tsamaye jwale ke go Maphiri. O bane Maphiri ke motswalle wa mme wa hae.
So let's do the statement and say that.
All of that has been jotted down in her statement. Gonke lokho kulotshwe phansi kwi statement sakhe.
Ma'am, perhaps let's understand each other. I'm asking you to comment. So you've just made a statement. I'm not sure whether it's a question to me or is it part of your explanation. I'm simply putting the version of Zandile Khumalo with respect to this particular aspect that you've testified about. And I'm seeking comment. If you cannot comment, you simply say no comment.
All right.
Witness understands without interpretation.
No comment.
Now, she testified that she got into the house at Maphiri's. Maphiri came out of the bedroom or the room, and she related the story and asked Maphiri to call the police and the ambulance.
Ore o fitlile he ha Maphiri a tswa ka phaposing e itseng ka ka kamoreng a mo jwetsa hore na ho etsahetseng ya ba kopa Maphiri hore a founele ambulance ka mapolesa ke se bolelwang ke Zandile seng.
Se ke so polang re fitlile ra hoeletsa ka tlong le yena.
What I remember is that the both of us, we called out loud or we screamed when we got into the house. engukhumbulayo ke ukuthi uma sobabili sifika endlini sifike samemeza.
Ha re hweletsa Maphiri ko tswa ka kamoreng a re ke eng.
As we screamed like that, Maphiri then came out of the bedroom and she inquired, "What is it?" Masimemeza kanjalo ke waphuma lo Maphiri ngakulelo gumbi lokulala wasuyabuza ke ukuthi yini.
Then furthermore, Zandile said Maphiri started to panic, she started crying, and she said, "Let's rather call Ntabiseng to come and help with the calling of the police and the ambulance."
Go ya ka bopaki ba hae a re Maphiri le yena o ile a tshoga ala tshoga jwale re ha re bitse Ntabiseng gore ebe yena ya tla thusang go founela mapodisa ka po ambulance.
A ke tsebe una ka mpitsa jwang ke na le yena ka nako eo.
I've got no knowledge of that. How could she have called me when I was with her or in her immediate vicinity? Angwazi lo ubengangibiza kanjani kodwa kungukuthi naye la ekhona.
And that indeed you were summoned. It was related to you what had happened at the Khumalo household, and you too also started to panic and cry.
Babitwa he walatwa jwale kana ko no ha o latwa o tso mona le wena wa qala wa tshoha jwale walla.
Ha ne se a jotsa Maphiri ka hore Senzo Thunzo founela ambulance ne ke le mo ne se ke panica le yena hona mo.
At that time that she was telling Maphiri that ambulance or the police should be phone called, I was with her there in her very presence and she panicked. I was with her. Manje ke bengnaye ngaleso sikhathi ethi kubizwe ke uMaphiri kube uyena ozokwazi ke ukuthi makafonele amaphoyisa noma ambulance. Bengikhona khona lapho njengoba bethukile nje na.
And finally on that point she testified that upon realizing that you and Maphiri were crying and panicking, she wasn't going to get assistance. She then decided to leave Maphiri's house and headed back to her home.
Jwale o re itse ha hlokomela hore mona ha tlo fumana thuso. O tswile Maphiri le yena o tswile ka mona a bona hore thuso ha no e fumana mona. Ya ba nka qeto ya hore o kgutlela lapeng habo.
Ha qeta ho bua a ke hopola hantle o tswile ka nnete. Empa letswalo ne le teng empa ne ke sa hopole a ke hopole ke lla kana ka motsotso o hana ke na le Zandile.
I remember that she did exited the house. I was still shocked. There was some degree of shock, but I do not remember crying or how hopefully ulla. Now during that time, I do not recall myself crying. Yebo kona bengithukile uvalo vele lalukhona kodwa ke angikhumbuli ngikhala ngenxa lelo valo.
Now ma'am, I want to now take you to the two statements that you made. Remember you told this court that you made the statement on the 27th of October 2014, a day after the shooting incident of the deceased being Senzo Meyiwa.
Ke rata ho tsamaisa he go fele to hanyane go kenya statement insane se o se entseng letsatsi ka mora go ba go beleketsa halo ena ya o thunya ha Senzo ka di 27 tsa October 2014. It is fine with me.
Now, You are taken to Fosnoras for interview purposes and the making of the statement on the 27th of October 2014, correct?
Wankua jale wisua Fosnoras police stationing bakeng sa hore lo fana ka statement se long hore date ya sona ke di 27th of October 2024 ka ketsahalo.
Hold on.
It is correct. Jelo weekeniso ngiyathathwa ke manje ngiswa police station yase Foslo kanti yase Fosloras kanti ke Bagunge 27 zika October 2014 ukuthi kulopana ngestatement salesi sigameko.
And this statement was taken down by a police officer with the name of Abia Mpikele. Do you know who that person was?
Lesi statement ke kapo statement sena sankiwa ke motumono ya bitswang Abia Mpikele. Wa motseba motho?
Ke hopla statement sinkiwe empa ke tse motho ke mang ne ke kala no mmona.
I only recall that a statement was taken. I do not recall the person's name. It was the first time seeing that person. It was my first time seeing that person.
And that statement was taken at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Is that correct?
Statement is saying usile sankua ka 9:30 to say the kidnapper.
Enelo saying empa ke sa hopola nako hantle.
Yes, it was in the morning. I cannot recall the time as such. However, it was in the morning. Uthi yebo kwakusekuseni kodwa ke isikhathi angisasikhumbuli.
In what language was that statement made?
Jwale statement isena sinesetsuwa ka puo efeng.
I saw that it's written in English, but the person that was taking the statement and yourself, what language were you speaking?
Kamanzo mang ha o fana ka statement isena ono bua eng wena le motho ono?
Ne ke bua Sesotho.
It was in Sesotho. I was finishing the statement in Sotho. Should ke mina ngangikhuluma Sesotho ke mphana ngaso lesi statement.
And the person that was taking the statement down was also Sotho speaking.
Motho ona nka statement yena una bua Sotho le yena?
Ke sa hopoleng hantle.
I cannot clearly recall. Angwazi ukukhumbula kahle ukuthi ngabe naye ke bekhuluma Sotho noma cha.
And when the statement was taken, was it you and the person that was taking the statement only in that room where the statement was taken?
Kana ko no fana ka statement ne le wena le motho ono ka hare ho phapusi eno e leng hore statement ne se bua ka hare yona? Ne lo ne ba Yes, it was only the two of us in that room where the statement was being finished. Manje ke besu uthunje kuphela ngakulelo gumbi lapho ke ngangiphana nge statement sami khona.
And this statement, how was it made? Were you narrating the events of the previous night to that police officer and he was writing it down, or did you personally reduce this statement into writing?
Si ule fana ka statement is seno jwang ebe uno o mo hlalosetsa ka diketsahalo tsa letsatsi le fitileng ka bosigo fitileng yena antse a ngola fatshe ntse mo hlalosetsa jwalo kapo wena ka letsola hao o ile wa ingolla statement seno na
ona botsa dipotso ke a raba a ngola.
He was asking questions and I would answer those questions and then he would reduce that into writing. Manje ke ubebuza imibuzo bese mina ngiyamphendula ubese uyakuloba lo.
And once the statement was finalized, was it read back to you?
Kamera ho ba ho qetwe ka sona statement sena o ila ba lwa sona re o sortile statement sena statement se re jena o re jena statement o ila ba lwa sona
Ke sare o labala.
Yes, I would think that he did. I would think that he did read it back to me. Ngisasho kanjalo ukuthi uye wangifundela sona lesi statement.
And you were happy with the contents of that statement, correct?
O no kgotsofaletse dikahare tsa sona statement seno a o jwalo?
Ke nahana hore dipotso tsena na di botsa ke di arabile ka mokgwa o nka kgonang ho di araba, so ke ka ho ke ile ka se amohela.
Well, I would think that I was able to answer the questions based on how he was asking them to the best of my knowledge. And it was for that reason that I then confirmed the content of the statement. Sorry. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke uyabuza imibuzo nje njalo ngiyaphendula imphendula leyo mibuzo ayibuzile ngaleyo ndlela ngasho ke ukuthi ngase ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngisithokozele okanye ngiqinisekise lokho ke okwaqukethwe yiso lesi statement ngenxa zokuthi bengikwazi ukuphendula lokho abengibuze khona.
And having the statement completed and having it read back to you, you then signed that statement, correct?
Statement is in a jalo balwa sona me o netefatsa dikahare wa se signa statement is na kannete o ile etsa jalo
ke bona signature yaka.
Yes, I can see my signature here on the statement. Yebo I signature yami ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngiyibone lana lesi statement.
Now, if I may refer you to that document, do you have it in front of us, which is A15 that was made on the 27th of October 2014.
A15. Indeed so, we do have it. Yebo, ikhona lana the A15 statement.
Now, at paragraph, what paragraph is this, Minister? I think it's paragraph 4 on page 2 thereof. You then state that on arrival at Kelly's house, we found Senzo was deceased in Kelly's vehicle. He was taken to Butsilong Hospital for treatment as he was shot. On arrival at the hospital, Senzo was taken to casualty. After some few minutes, the doctor called me and informed me that Senzo passed away. What? On arrival.
Hari fihla mane ntlong ya Kelly ile ra fumana Senzo e leng hore ke mofu kapa hona jwale e seng ile mofu ka koloing ya Kelly ankua he a iswa hospitaleng sa Botsilong bakeng sa hore a lo fumantshwa kalafo ka lebaka la hore o ne a se a thuntswe jwale itse ha re fihla sepetlele Senzo o ile ankua a iswa karolong ya bookelo mo le ba re ke casualty ya ba e le hore kamera metsotso e mmalwa doctor ampitsa ya ba o ntlhalosetsa hore Senzo o se a re siile kapo o hlokahetse a re fihla wa bona yes, I can see that. Could I just be accorded an opportunity to interpret it to the accused persons there to get uma sifika khona laphana kaBukheli okanye endlini kaBukheli sathola lona uSenzo okuyena umufi ke manje ngasemotweni kaKheli waseke uyathathwa ke uyiswa khona laphana esibhedlela saseButsilong esibhedlela saseButsilong ukuze ke akwazi ukuthi athole unyango olufanele ngoba ke ube sedujuliwe make sesifika khona laphana esibhedlela wathathwa ke wayiswa khona laphana casualty ingxenye ke yasesibhedlela ke leyo emva komizuzu nje embalwa udokotela wase uyangibiza wase ke uyangitshela ke ukuthi wangazisa ukuthi uSenzo usesishiyile uma sifika. Thank you, Lordship.
And at paragraph 5 thereof, you stated in your statement that the 3 unknown black men, I cannot identify them as it happened so fast and it was dark. I request the police investigation in this matter.
Jale, on paragraph 5, or bana bana babararo ba ukesaba tsebeng ba batho ba batsho nke ka gona lo ba supa obane ketsagalo ena ile ya etsagala ka pele ebile go ne go le lefifi da kopa ma polisa gore a sebetsane le yona nyewe ena go jalo
go jalo.
It is indeed so. Yebo kunjalo ukuthi ngempela ukuthi ngempela lamadoda amathathu bengawazi amadoda nje abantu abamnyama ukuthi abantu ebengeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngabakhomba ngaphela ke lesigameko siyesenzeka ngokusheshsha futhi ke kwakumnyama kase ke ngicela ke amaphoyisa ukuthi kube wona ke aphenyayo leli cala. Can I proceed further? Can I say something?
Okay.
Sure.
Ne ke sa khone hore ke ba bone batho ba ke sa re potso ene le hore o ka ba supa ha o ka ba bona na nne ka se khone hore ke ba bone difahlehong tsa bona hore ba ne ba le jwang ke ntho ke hlalositseng le ka jeno hore difahleho tsona ha ka di bona ke bone sebopeho sa mmele hore ebile batho ba jwang.
Now I should think that the question was at that time the question was, would you then be able to identify these men? I then finished the statement in response to that particular question that I couldn't have identified them. Safe to say that I was able to see their body or their physique, which is what I had testified about even today in this court.
My Lord, with leave of the court, I'm going to ask that A15 be admitted as an exhibit. Yes.
The exhibit R, not.
Yes. Now, you further made another statement that you referred to, that it was made some years after the first one was made on the 27th of October 2017, correct?
We let jalo ware camera live motho mmalwa o ile wa tsana le just statement se seng camera ho ba o etse sena sa pele ke nnete. That is correct. Yebo kwitintse lokho emva ukuthi ngenze istatement sokuqala kwandlula iminyaka nje embalwa ngaphinde ngayokwenza ke istatement sesibili
And this statement was taken by an officer called Joyce Busisiwe Buthelezi, and it was taken at Don Park on the 28th of April 2019, correct?
Statement sena sile sankiwa ke Joyce Busisiwe Buthelezi. Se leng gore sile sankiwa ona mane police station ya Don Park.
Ako pole date passing ko Don Park again.
And
I cannot recall the date. However, the statement was taken at Don Park police station. Uthi yebo, statement ngasenza khona lapana at Don Park police station. Kodwa ke angisakhumbuli i-date.
And this statement as well, in which language was it taken from you?
The statement is na sona sile sankuwa ka puefing no bua puefing ka mantswamang ha ono fara ka sona statement sena le gore motho ana ka statement yana na bua puefing.
Ako bona metso sena bua maleme a kaofela Sotho seZulu le hammo le Sekgowa.
Abua ka Sekgowa bua ka
English.
If I recall well, I would think that Mrs. Buthelezi was multilingual in terms of these languages, Sesotho, isiZulu, English. If I recall well, Mrs. Buthelezi was multilingual in those languages, Sesotho, isiZulu, and English. Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke, uma Buthelezi shayek ube khuluma wonke lamali. Ube khuluma ke isiNgisi, ube khuluma isiZulu, azakhuluma neSotho.
And similarly, was the statement were you narrating the event of the 26th of October 2014 and Officer Buthelezi was writing it down, or did you personally reduce the statement to writing?
Jwale ka yona tsele jwalo kapo ka ona mokgwa ona ono ebe ononto wila fana ka diketsahalo tsa di 26 October 2014 o yena me le polisa Buthelezi kapo wena wile wa ingolla sona statement se no kapo na o botsa dipotso wena ntso araba angole fatshe wila batho
Ona botsa dipotso ke araba angole fatshe.
She would ask questions, I would answer those questions, and she would reduce that into writing. Ubebuza imibuzo, iphendule leyo mibuzo, bese yena ubhala phansi lokho engikushoyo.
Now, having completed that statement, were you satisfied with the contents thereof?
Jwale ase le qetile ka sona statement sena, o ila kgotsofalla dikahare tsa sona statement sena.
Le sona hape ho ya ka dipotso tsena di botsitse ka teng le ho go hopotseng ke nana hore ke le ka kgotsofala.
The same applies to this particular statement. Based on the questions that she was asking and what I could remember, which I relate to her, I would think that I was content with what was contained within that statement. Manje na kokona lokho kunike ekutheni bebuza mephi imibuzo nokuthi mina ngikhona ukukhumbula kangakanani mayelana ke nemininingwane yalesi sigameko ngase ngiyasithokozela bengineme ngempela ngalokho okwaqhubethwe ilesi statement.
And you then signed that statement, correct?
Yaba was a signer on a statement isena. Nete? That is correct. Yebo kweqiniso ngizasigna.
And appearing at the bottom of each page, I see initials and signatures. Is that some of your signatures at the back, at the bottom of each page and at the back of the statement?
Yeah, bona lady signature mona from the initials, signature. Yeah, how?
Now, if I may refer you to.
Yeah, how? I'm still showing the witness the signatures. Renamo. Limon. Signatures confirmed on all pages of the A11 statement.
Now, if I may refer you to paragraph 6 thereof, and I'm going to read, or in fact, let me read the whole paragraph 6. It says, and I quote, "I also like to state that I never had anyone screaming within the seconds I heard another loud bang. That's when I asked Yolanda if that was a sound of a firearm. Yolanda said no. After that second loud bang, I saw 2 males running past our car the same way the first male did. The 2 males were also running towards the direction of the park. I also did not see from which house on the side the 2 males were coming from." Do you see that?
Why bona paragraph A, yabo 6. O mona ke rata ho cho hore ka bo hlalosa hore ha ke aka ka utlwa motho a hweletsa metsotsong e mmalwa o ba holle sethunya se gabole hape ke ka nna nako e no he mo eleng hore ke ile ka botsa Yolanda hore na ebe modumo ono ke wa sethunya yaba Yolanda ore che kamera mono ya ba holla sethunya se kgabola la bobedi ka be ke bona batho ba banna ba babedi ba mata ba feta koloi jalo ka wa pele a ile a etsa ka teng banna bana ba babedi le bana ba ne ba mata ba lebile ka mane ka phakeng ebile ha ke ka bona hore na ba ne ba tswa le hlakoreng le feng ka bontlong e feng banna bana ba babedi banna bana ba babedi hore na le ba tswa le hlakoreng le feng ka bona ba tswa ntlong e feng.
Okay.
Yes, I can see that. Yebo ngiyakubona lokho okubhalela phansi ku paragraph number 6 uthi ngithanda ukusho ukuthi azange ngizwe umuntu ememeza phakathi kwelemizuzwana nje embalwa ngazwa ke okanye emva ukuthi ngizwe ukuchuma kwesibhamu kwaba ukuthi ke ngibuza lona uYolanda ukuthi ngabe ukuchuma kwesibhamu leso okanye lo msindo ukuchuma kwesibhamu uYolanda wathi cha balokho ke ngezwa ke omunye umsindo futhi ngase ngibona amadoda amabili egijima endlula laphayana emotweni beya ke ngakuleyo ke direction okanye beqonde kuleyo ndawo la lowo qala aya khona okanye benza ngendlela lowo qala enza ngakhona lamadoda amabini ke babegijimela ngasepakini angaze ngibone futhi azange ngikwazi ukubona ukuthi babeqhamuka komuphi umuzi okanye ngakuluphi uhlangothi.
My Lord, with leave of the court as well, may I ask this document be admitted as exhibit? So the first one, my Lord, Mr. Baloyi says we must mark it R1 and the A11 be marked R2.
Okay, R2.
That's correct.
Yes.
Now, ma'am, let's go back to the house now. When you and Makhumalo left the hospital and went back to the Khumalo household, do you remember that, your evidence?
I will try to remember that evidence. Gizo zamari ukuthi ngikhumbule lobo bufakazi.
Now, you testified that the police wanted information from the scene that was required on some documents at the hospital. So you and Mapiri were taken in police car to the Khumalo household. Is that how I recall your evidence?
Ikabeke yana tsela eno e ke go mpaki ba hao ka yona gore mapolisa la fa taba ya gore hona le tlhaiso leseding e itseng e batlagalang mane police station e batlagalang hona mane sepetlele e leng gore tshwantse fumane mane ntlo.
Is Yolanda? Is it not Yolanda?
Otherwise, my lord?
Let's ask is it Mapiri or Yolanda?
Ki Yolanda ka paki Mapiri o le latsa mane.
So sorry, I mean Makhumalo, not your, so sorry, it was my mistake, my lord. It's Makhumalo.
Yeah, that was Makhumalo, yes. That was Makhumalo. Jwale bopaki ba go botso jwalo re wena le Makhumalo le mane sepetlele le mapolisa le ya mane lapeng ha Makhumalo mo e leng gore gona le tlhaiso le setting e itseng ene tshwantse gore ba ifumane hona mo no ha Makhumalo e leng gore e tlo thusetsa mane sepetlele gore tsamaiso di tswele pele ka morago ba fumane tlhaiso le setting e go jwala
go jwala.
That was my evidence, yes. Yebo kwaba ufakazi bami lobo ukuthi mina noMakhumalo sahamba ke namaphoyisa siya khona le ekhaya suke esibhedlela kanti kwakukhona nje ulwazi okanye mhlambe kwakukhona imininingwane ethize ebifanele ukuthi siyithole khona lapha yana endlini kwaMakhumalo okuyiyona ke ebizosiza ke ukuthi kube nenqubekela phambili mayelana lelicala ke khona lapha yana esibhedlela. Manje leyo nqubekela phambili ngamanye amazwi yayincike ekutheni amaphoyisa ahambe aye laphana kwaMakhumalo akwazi ke ukuxoxa okuthize okanye ukuxoxa ukufakaza okuthize ke okuzokwenza ukuthi baqhubekele phambili. Uthi yebo ngiyaqinisekisa ngibona ubufakazi bami engiphele ngabo lo.
Now, Zandile Khumalo's testimony or version on that aspect is that when they left the hospital, in the car they were traveling in, it was herself, Makhumalo, Tumelo Madala, and Kelly Khumalo. Mtokozisi Twala refused to return back to the house with them because he wanted to stay with Mandisa.
Can you please list the names again? That
it was herself, Zandile Khumalo, Gladness Khumalo.
Other guys?
Gladness Makhumalo.
Okay.
Kelly Khumalo and Tumelo Madala. But Mtokozisi did not go back with them because he stated that he wanted to remain with Mandisa.
Well, bopaki ba Zandile or ka koloi ha ba kutlela ntlo ene le yena Zandile ka koloing e le Khumalo e leng Gladness Khumalo e le Kelly e le Tumelo Matlala Nthokozisi yana a re tjhe ha ke no kgona ho tsamaya le lona ke batla ho sala le eno Mandisa
ke tluile sepetlele le Khumalo eo ke shoka yona.
Now that I am sure of, that I had left the hospital together with Khumalo
the maponisa
and the police as well. Loko nginesiqiniseko sakho. Ngasuka mina esibhedlela no Khumalo namaphoyisa.
The rest of the stuff you are not sure of. That's why you say only that one you are satisfied with.
Ebe tse ding tsona ha na bonnete ba tsona ka go o disang ore ena yona ke na le bonnete ba yona. Tse ding ka mantsama ha na bonnete ba tsona.
Ntate kelelo ka e hlakile hobane ke a hopola ho tloa ka sepetlele ne ke tsamaya le Khumalo le maponisa.
My mind is sober. I remember that when I left the hospital, I was in the company of Khumalo together with the police. Uthing hluzekile nje la emkhondweni. Uma ngisuka khona laphana esibhedlela ngangihamba naye Khumalo namaphoyisa. Ngipapheme ngamanye amazwi.
Now, the other aspect is that whilst you were with Khumalo at the house, there were police officers that were conducting investigations in the house, correct?
Ebe go tswale o nna no police go na mana Khumalo aneng a etsa ditlhatlhobo gona mo no ka ntlong Khumalo. That is correct. Ke bo kwitiniso kwa khona maphoyisa khona lapho kwa Khumalo abenza ke uphenyo okanye bebeloku bebheka nje khona lapho ukuthi kwenzakalani.
My Lord, I see it's now 3:30. Is it perhaps an opportune moment that I'll proceed tomorrow?
Yes, so Mr. Manoy.
That's in order, my lord.
Will you be available tomorrow?
I think my lord.
You should be available.
What la bateng ka saneng? I will be available, my lord.
Can I see your watch?
Re ka bona batjha o ka ema ha o bua le ntate man.
How long have you given evidence since you came here?
I beg my lord.
Ask her how long did you give evidence since you started giving evidence in this court?
O nkile na kwa kae o fana ka bopaki ha sa lo qadile ka mo khotleng la nyone?
I
don't know, my lord.
You can't even estimate it.
Okay, ke ba wa mhlomo wa re beisetse hore e ka bana kwa kae?
Okay, I can say it's fine. Time is a temporal thing, in other words. Are you with me?
We missed that one, my lord.
Hello?
We missed that one.
I say time is a temporal thing, yes. In other words, I can have a watch and talk. And after talking for some time, if you ask me, how long have you been speaking for? I say, you know what?
Oh, I don't know. Thank you, man.
This you are saying.
That's why after how long?